Man with a Camera. Starring Charles Bronson.
I'm Mike Kovac, freelance photographer. Prize fighters and sports layouts are not my specialty. But this Joey Savoyan interested me. I had known him well as a nice kid on the East Side, but growing up seemed to have turned him sour. Suddenly, he was belting newspaper men around, smashing up cameras. Joey Savoyan had turned into a regular tiger, so they said, but I meant to have a picture or two of him, with his claws out, if necessary.
You here again, Mike? I thought you went back to New York.
Not till I get the shots I want.
Look, Mike, don't make it rough, huh? Joey's just getting a shot at the title. Now, if he wants his privacy, that's his business.
Jasper, you're Joey's manager. Why don't you explain to him he's public property now, and as long as he's in the news, he's going to get his picture taken one way or another.
Mike, Joey don't want any. He's even hired a pug to guard the gate just so everybody gets the message. I mean it, Mike. You're going to get into trouble.
Is that a threat, Jasper?
Well, that pug's pretty tough. Ask Charlie.
This gorilla threw me over a hedge about an hour ago, Mike. I thought I was going to be the first man put into an outer orbit.
Maybe you didn't say please, Charlie.
What do you want?
I got a message for Joey Savoyan. He's an old neighborhood friend of mine.
I don't take messages from photographers, Mac. But I got one for you. Get out of here. Get out of here.
What's the matter with you, Joe? Are you trying to win a gold medal for being the most hated man in the country?
A fine watchdog you turned out to be, sir. What'd you do, take a bite out of yourself?
Who do you think you are, anyway?
All right. Go on, take your muscles outside. I'll take care of Mike here.
You're gonna knock him flat on his back, aren't you?
Well, I don't know. Now, that all depends. What do you think, Mike?
I think you better grow a whole lot bigger or go out and hire yourself a squad of Marines. That's what I think. And I'll tell you something else. When you made good as a fighter, the whole neighborhood adopted you as their all-time hero. Then when the news stories started to come out about what a miserable heel you are, they're all ashamed of you.
Oh, no.
Now, wait a minute. I was over at the champions camp. It took me 10 minutes to get a full series of shots. I come down here and I have to hold a debate with your manager and wrestle with his ex-pug here. Is that any way to treat a friend?
Look, why don't you shut up, huh?
Because there's nobody here big enough to make me shut up, least of all a punk like you. And I can lick you now just as I licked you the day you were running errands for my father.
Okay, Big Mouth. There's no shortage of gloves.
Hey, can I get a picture of you when you're flat on your back?
That meatball couldn't lick one side of me the best day he ever saw. All right, come on, Joey. Show me how tough you are. All right, let's see that big left, Joey boy. Hey, boy, let's go. I'm going to go back to the neighborhood and tell them how you eat grown men alive, Joey.
Hey, watch out for that guy. He never learned to fight like that in any YMCA.
What's the matter, Joey?
Up there, call Jasper.
Come on. You'll have to do better than that.
Now, look, you can't go in there, guys. You know the rules. Joey don't perform for no public. Why don't you go have some more sandwiches, huh?
Come on, let's have that big punch.
he is.
Hey, Joey, what happened, sir?
Well, aren't you going to see for yourself?
Joey,
Look, let go, will ya? Don't wake him up yet. Let us get our pictures first.
All right, Hercules, you're in the wrong league. It's all out and change for the local.
We're proud of you, boy. I want to tell you, we're proud. With a picture like this, we can all go back to New York. Is this a pro? Is this a dedicated man?
I guess I went begging for it. He's a sweet guy, isn't he?
He's such a shrimp lamb, he's going to fill Yankee Stadium like a shoebox. Just with people who want to see him get murdered.
Well, you can't win them all. You're going back to New York with us, aren't you?
Not till I get my pictures.
But we've got it right here, like I told you. Mike Kovac scores again. This has to be better than Purple knocking Dempsey through the ropes. Any one of the boys, myself included, will be happy to make you up a nice set of prints.
Why don't you shut up? Help me out with the gloves.
Sure, Mike. All jokes aside, you'll never get a picture of that young gorilla unless you burn down the house.
You got any matches?
Good evening. What'll you have?
I'd like this small steak, man.
Why don't you try the spare ribs?
Why?
They're pretty good. And besides, we got an awful lot of them left over since all those other newspaper fellas went back to New York. You been to the Champs Camp or Joey Savoyans?
I tried them both.
That Joey. Oh, boy.
What about him?
He's a real killer, ain't he? How about that silly jerk he belted out today, huh?
What do you mean, silly jerk?
Some newspaper photographer. I figured you must know him. He goes and puts on the gloves with Joey Savoyan. Now, I ask you, what kind of a knucklehead would pull a stunt like that, huh?
I'll have the spare ribs.
Good. One set of ribs.
Coming right up.
Mike? I'm Dolly McDermott. I don't know that you'll even remember me.
Dolly? Dolly from the old neighborhood, Elizabeth Street? Well, sit down.
Thank you. Gee, I couldn't have been more than 15 years old when we moved from there. But I guess girls grow up pretty fast.
Yeah, I guess they do. How's your family?
Oh, they're fine. And how's your dad?
Oh, he's fine. He still has that little photo studio, you remember? What are you doing way up here, Dolly?
Well, Joey phoned me. So I borrowed a car from a friend and drove up from New York. He had a feeling you'd be somewhere here in the village.
Joey Savoyan? A clinker like him and a girl like you?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mike. Now, just hold it right there.
All right. Forget it. I guess I'm not out to reform the will.
Mike, listen. Joey feels very badly about what happened this afternoon.
I bet he does.
He needs you.
What's he want to do, belt me again? Now, listen to me, Dolly. I was up there today for hours. He could have talked to me then if he wanted to. So don't give me any of that dear old pals routine. The next time I see dear Joey boy, I'm going to be carrying a baseball bat.
You, of all people, believing all these ridiculous stories that are being circulated about him. Look, all I can tell you is things are not what they seem to be. Well, won't you even listen?
Something for the lady?
Have something to drink. How about some coffee?
Okay, coffee.
Okay. You were saying?
I don't know what I was saying, except that he's in trouble and he needs your help. Look, Joey phoned me today right after he'd seen you this afternoon. And he said it just occurred to him how you could help him out of all this mess he's in. He wants you to come out to the camp tonight after dark. That is, if you're willing. And he'll see to it that the rear door of his cabin is unlocked.
What's all the cloak and dagger business?
Mike, believe me, I don't know the details. All I know is that he begged me to have you come out tonight to bring your camera and just listen to what he has to say.
Tell me barbecue sauce has some very good healing qualities. Or would you rather I get you an ice bag for your head? The late New York papers just came in. You were so modest about it. Why didn't you tell me it was you?
Oh, Mike, please don't let this keep you from going back out, please.
I'll give it one more try, but I'll tell you right now. I don't know what I need most, a picture to top this one or a new set of brains.
This is fine, Mike. Joey wanted us to park a little way from the house where we wouldn't be seen.
Well, here goes.
Good luck.
Well, Joey.
Hi, Mike.
I had dinner with Dolly. She said I was supposed to bring a camera.
Look, I'm sorry about what happened this afternoon.
Oh, that's all right. Forget it.
Come on and sit down, will you?
Thanks.
It's not that easy to forget, Mike. Look, I hope you'll listen to me. You know, all this killer boy talk, this making out like I walk around with a bloody skull hanging under each arm, it's phony, Mike. It's just all part of the build-up. You believe me, don't you?
Well, I don't know yet.
Well, I have to admit, it wasn't hard to make the act look good. I've always fought like a hoodlum in the ring. Ever since the Golden Gloves, it's the only way I know how to fight. But all this talk about how I love to hit photographers and reporters, and well, that's just as phony as everything else that's happened to me.
Phony as everything else. Joe, are you trying to say something?
Yeah, I'm trying to say something. I'm trying to tell you what I found out just yesterday. Look, you know all these fights that I had that made me into such a big sensation?
Yeah.
They were fixed.
They were what?
They were tank jobs. Joe Shrine, Mel McCormick, Otto Paul, all three of them dove into that tank like seals after a sardine.
Well, Joey, did you know anything about this?
No, I didn't.
Nothing at all?
Mike, I swear to you, I didn't know a thing about it.
Why should Jasper tell you now all of a sudden?
Well, there wasn't any reason to before. I was supposed to win the other ones. I didn't have to be in on them. But this time, Mike, it's a little different. This one I'm supposed to lose. But they have to be sure. You see, all these phony knockouts have me going into tomorrow night as a favorite, so all they have to do is bet with the champion and they'll clean up.
What are you going to do, Joe? You going to go along with him? Well, answer me. Either you're a crook that's going to play ball or you'll tell him where to go. Why is it so complicated?
Because I'm not just dealing with Jasper this time, or Sal Benning, or his manager. This time, Mike, I'm dealing with Willie Fletcher. He's behind the whole thing.
Willie Fletcher? Wow. How scared are you, Joey?
I'm real scared. But I'm a lot more scared about some people I care about. Dolly, for instance, or my old man. Look, Mike, this time I'm up against a guy who uses guns.
Yeah, he uses guns. He's a big man in the rackets. Now, look, Joey, where do I fit in?
Fletcher's coming over here tonight. Jasper's going to bring him here in about a half an hour.
He's coming here? But why here?
Well, they figure I'm a little green at this larceny business, and I want to set up kind of a dress rehearsal for the dive I'm supposed to take.
That's a nice social gathering, a real nice group.
Look, Mike, I don't want to go through with this fight, but I've got some people I've got to protect. Now, if I'm going to try and run out on Willie Fletcher, well, I've got to have some ammunition of my own.
What do you mean, ammunition?
I want a picture of him. I want a picture of him and Jasper and me here in this room. And then tomorrow morning, I want this picture in every newspaper in the country tying him in with this fix. I want that thing spread so far and so wide that he won't dare touch Dolly or my old man. Now, maybe you understand why I asked you to come here.
Joey, pictures are my business. I was wondering how long it was going to take you to ask me.
And you do it? You'll give it a try?
If you're willing to throw $100,000 down the drain, of course I'm willing to try. But I want this to be a picture no one will ever forget. Now, the champ, he must be in on this, right?
The great Sal Benning, the model champion? Look, Mike, he was in on this thing from the first day this fight was arranged.
Then I want him in the picture, too. I want this wrapped up so clean and tight that Fletcher will spend the next 10 years behind bars.
Yeah, but Jasper didn't say anything about bringing him along.
Hey, where is Jasper now?
Well, he's over at the Champs picking up Fletcher. They're going to give me a ring just before they leave.
Well, that's good. When he calls, you tell him you want the champ here.
Oh, no, Mike, no. I don't think they'll buy that.
Well, tell them they've got to buy it. Tell them you're a little bit nervous and you don't want to leave anything to chance. You want to go over the whole thing step by step with Sal.
Well, look, what if they get wise? What?
Come on, answer it. It hasn't got teeth. And tell them what I told you to tell them.
Hello? Jasper? Oh, no, everything's fine. Except I've been thinking, I'm a little anxious about this thing, and I was wondering if we might try this. Mike, they're here. I can see them from the porch. Does it look all right?
Looks okay to me.
Now, you sure we haven't forgotten anything?
I don't think so. No, there should be enough light.
Everything okay, sir?
Yeah, okay.
I don't like this burglar routine. Suppose someone sees me here.
Nobody will see you.
Why do we have to bother drawing pictures for this clown? It's simple enough, isn't it? He goes out in the 6th round when I hit him on the chin.
Champ. Just do exactly as you're told.
Joey, check me back here.
Right.
Joey, how's it look?
It looks all right. Yeah, that should work if you don't make any noise. And if you live long enough.
What's the matter with you?
There's nothing the matter with me.
You look a little nervous.
Well, maybe I'm just the nervous type, huh?
Too many lights. All right, Jasper. This is your kind of package. Tell them what you had in mind.
All right. Sam?
Hello, Joker.
Now, the first thing I want you boys to remember is you fight your regular kind of fight for the first 5 rounds. Now, I want no mistakes. Like a guy bringing up a punch from the socks and belting the other guy out. Now, in the 6th.
Go on, Jasper. Get on with it.
Like I was saying, we're in the 6th now. Now, Joey, you got an aggressive style. It's natural for you to push the fight.
Right.
You're getting close to Sal, punching the body like you always do, see? Now, here. Just about that time, see, in the 6th, Sal will flip out his mouthpiece like he always does. You know, he does it all the time. It's like a characteristic.
All right.
There'll be no tip-off to anybody but you. This is when you step in with a big right hook, like that, see? All right, you try it now. Slow motion. Big right hook. That's it. Great. Now, Sal, straight right inside the hook. If Joey catches on the chin, it's 100%. All right, let's go. Come on. Now, straight right. Now!
Please don't let it be Joey, please.
Where'd he go?
How do I know?
Well, it would have made a good picture, Willie. But I guess you can't win them all.
I ought to make you eat it, Kovac. I ought to make you eat it like a billy goat.
Boy, you talk tough. You scare me, Willie. How do you know I didn't phone the State Athletic Commission hours ago, huh?
Because you're a lousy liar. If you'd have phoned the commission, they'd be here already. Like a 5-alarm fire. I don't suppose I have to tell you that you're not going back to New York until this fight's over. And maybe not then. You know too much, even without the picture. Go to your room. And remember what you've learned. Joey, boy, the fight's going on tomorrow night. Nothing's changed. Except that your friend Kovac here is in pretty deep. Well?
No. No, there isn't going to be a fight tomorrow night, Fletcher. You can't drag a grown man into a ring in front of 50,000 people, can you?
Easy, Joey, easy. It's not worth it.
No, it's worth it. You know, I'm sick and tired of crawling on the floor like a dog for you, Fletcher. Not for you, or for him, or for anybody. I'd rather be dead first.
You will be, Joey. I can guarantee that. Well?
Hold it. Come on, try me. You want? All right, you want to try me? Come on. Willie, you want to try me?
Joey? Joey, are you all right?
Yes, it's all right. Yes.
Dolly, what made you throw the rock?
What made me throw the rock? Well, I looked in the window and I was scared to death.
I'm sure glad you did. Easy, Sal. Easy.
No. No, let him, Mike. Come on, this will be the only honest shot I'll ever get at him. Come on.
Wait, Joy, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Here, hold this. This'll make a lovely picture in tomorrow's papers, Willie. Maybe they can run alongside the one I took of you earlier.
The roll I tore up? That's no good.
You don't think I'm that dumb, do you? I switched film. We were playing hide and seek back there in the woods. Willie, like a friend said to me this afternoon, I'll be happy to make you up a whole set of prints. After I call the police.
Man with a Camera. Starring Charles Bronson.
I'm Mike Kovac. As a freelance photographer, I usually decide the kind of pictures I want to take, but not always. Sometimes the choice is outside my control and begins with someone else in another part of the city. Hello.
Hello, Kovac?
Yeah, who's this?
Never mind. I got a hot tip for you. You're a photographer, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't play games over the telephone with strangers.
I don't play games either. I'm doing you a favor, Kovac. If you want a great picture, you'll be at the corner of Myers Street and Brooklyn Avenue at 10 o'clock tonight. Iris Theater?
Winkler? Is he still there?
Yes.
You know what to do.
Mr. Markey, I don't like this very much. Whatever you're going to do, I just assume...
Winkler, you pull that switch when he comes out so I'll know it's him.
Then you keep your mouth shut, right?
Yes, sir. Right.
Remember, you're a family man. Now what? We wait. Right on time. Now it's Bartlett's turn.
An anonymous phone call, leading to an almost deserted late-at-night street. I didn't like it. But if you're to make a living with your camera, you don't pass up any kind of a tip.
Hey, what's this all about? You know what it's all about, Bartlett. Kovac! Come over here, Kovac, and get that picture I promised you. I said come over here, Kovac, and don't forget to bring your camera.
Are we still playing games?
Like I told you, I don't play games.
I suppose I should have expected something like this.
Take his picture, Kovac. Go ahead. Take a picture of a man who likes to talk too much.
You want pictures taken, you take them yourself.
I said, take his picture. I got no quarrel with you, Kovac. But so help me. You take his picture. You take his picture or I'll blow your insides out.
Your scrapbook.
You haven't finished yet. Take another one. I said take another one.
You'll never get away with this.
Take it now.
Operator, it's JM29970. Would you give me the police, please? Quickly as you can. You can turn that light on now. It's right above your head. Now, there you are. There's your picture.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, Kovac. You're a pretty sharp man with a camera.
Yeah, if you like that kind of picture.
I know what you mean. It makes you lose your appetite.
Who was he?
His name was Sam Bartlett, a local merchant. Honest, hard-working, wife and 3 kids.
Got any idea who did it?
Yeah. Guy by the name of Markey. Glenn Markey. You sure were a big help to him tonight.
No, wait a minute.
These pictures get into a newspaper or a magazine, Mr. Kovac, and you'll be in partnership with a murderer.
What are you talking about?
Glenn Markey runs a protection racket. He's got the local merchants so scared they've been paying off without a peep. All except one, a newcomer to the neighborhood, Sam Bartlett. So, Markey killed him tonight and had you there to take pictures. As a very graphic reminder to the others that Markey means business.
Well, now, look, if you know it was Markey, why don't you just pick him up and charge him?
I can't prove anything. You'd better call in. Now, there's only one way to nail Markey, but I need your help to put it over.
Sure. You want me to hold up the pictures till you gather more evidence? It's all right with me.
Well, I'd like you to do more than that. Instead of these pictures appearing in tomorrow's papers, I'd like to plant a story that says the police have an eyewitness, a photographer, who can identify the killer. You.
Abrams, I already told you, they both wore masks. I couldn't identify either one of them if they walked in the door.
I know that. You know it, but Markey doesn't. You see, up to now, Markey's played it pretty cool. That's why we haven't been able to nab him. But tonight, he had to resort to violence. If my hunch is right, he won't stop. And if he should try something again, we could be on hand to grab him.
What's the matter with you? I could end up like Bartlett did.
You want to see us get Markey, don't you?
Sure, you give me a buzz when you pick him up. Look, Abrams, I risk my neck sometimes taking pictures. Well, that's all right. It's my business, but it's not my business to go out catching killers. That's yours.
I'll guarantee you full protection.
You can't guarantee me anything, and you know it. What you want is a pigeon. Well, I'm not it. I like being alive.
So did Sam Bartlett.
Sure, look what it got him.
Sorry. I guess it was just a case of mistaken identity.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
I checked on you. The boys downtown said you didn't scare easily. I guess they must have meant somebody else. You got a fine set of pictures, Kovac. They should bring you a good price.
Hope I didn't get you out of bed.
No, Michael, never before midnight. Come, I will make us some tea. It's terrible, terrible. Michael, you must be very careful. You must do exactly as the police says.
Now, wait a minute, Pop.
A man who would do such a terrible thing like this.
There's nothing to worry about. I already told him I wouldn't do it.
The police asked for my son's help, and he refused them?
Now, don't you start on me, too. Why should I stick my neck out?
And if you don't, what will happen to the man who did this terrible thing?
This is none of my concern, Pop.
Michael, why did you come here tonight?
It's like I told you. I wanted to see you, have a glass of tea. Do I need a reason to come here?
No. But tonight, yes, there was a reason. You wanted me to agree with you that you were right in refusing to help the police. But I won't, Michael. You are the only thing I have in this world. But I won't help you make such a mistake.
Bob, now you just listen to me. The police can't guarantee me any real protection, and I might just end up like this.
Then it is because you are afraid, Michael?
Well, of course I'm afraid.
I'm sorry, Michael. I have no argument against fear. It is a terrible thing. You must decide by yourself.
Oh, I already have, Pop. I guess I decided back there with Lieutenant Abrams. I suppose I came here for one last try, that's all. I'll call him. Say, I want to speak with Lieutenant Abrams.
But Mike...
It's all right, Pop. Lieutenant, if it's not too late, I'm your clay pigeon.
Hello, Kovac. What's the matter? You nervous?
You know it. Well, I made my normal rounds today, and I didn't see anything. And I didn't see any of your boys either. You sure I'm getting police protection?
The best. That's why you didn't see them. What's your schedule? Where do you go from here?
Oh, I'm going to go down and see my father for a while, then I'll go eat.
Wait a minute. You didn't tell me last night that you had a family.
Well, I don't, just a father. You didn't ask anyhow.
Where's he live? Here in the city?
The Lower East Side. Why?
Don't worry. I'll phone the station right away and take care of it. What's his address?
I talked to my father a half hour ago. He told me he had to hang up. He had a customer, a guy who made the appointment this morning.
That telephone work?
Yeah.
Call him.
Operator, this is JM2 9970. Would you get me Canal 61098, please?
Let's go.
She's not here. What's that? Abrams, you better get on the ball and quick.
And take it easy, will you, Mike?
You just call up your men and have them pick up Marky.
That's not going to do your father any good. Give me a chance to get something on Marky. He's not going to do anything right away. He'll wait for us to make the first move.
Not us, me. As of now, you're out of it.
You can't do that.
You just watch me, Abrams. Father's in a lot of trouble because of me, and I don't see any other way out. Now, how do I get in touch with Glenn Markey?
The Meadowbrook Real Estate Company. That's his front, but this is the wrong way to do it.
Information with the number of the Meadowbrook Real Estate Company. You got any better ideas?
Yeah, you can let me handle it. Like you said last night, you're the photographer, I'm the cop.
Nothing doing. They picked up my father because they want me out in the open away from the police. Thank you. So if that's what they want, that's what they'll get.
Meadowbrook Realty.
Listen, this is Mike Kovac. I want to speak to Glenn Markey about my father.
Mr. Markey is gone for the day.
Well, it's very important that I get in touch with him. You know it and I know it, so let's stop kidding around.
All right. Be on the corner of Herkimer and Lexington. Tonight, 11 o'clock. Wait in a car in front of the telephone booths till one of them rings.
I'll be there. If I can get face-to-face with Markey, I got a chance of convincing him that I didn't see anything last night.
Well, what if you can't convince him?
I'll play it by ear from then on.
Oh, look, Mike, this isn't the right way.
Abrams, let me handle it my own way, will you? And stay away from me, you and your man, far away. And I mean it.
This is Abrams. I'm on stakeout the Iris Theater on Meyer near Brooklyn Avenue. I need another car to cover the back. Now be sure to tell him to stay out of sight. We can't let Kovac know we're anywhere near this place.
He just walked in. Good. I don't know why it had to be here.
Why not? It's perfect. When the show lets out at 12:04, we hustle him out the back. Carver will have a car waiting in the alley. Go for a little ride, and no more eyewitness.
Well, what about the old man?
Hmm? Don't look so upset, Winkler. It'll all be over in a little while.
I'd better check the lobby.
Sure. Sure, you do that.
Give me the phone.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, what is it, Harry?
A car just pulled into the alley and parked behind the theater. One man. Looks like he's waiting for somebody.
Okay, keep your eye on him. Things start popping on Union Avenue.
Okay, Lieutenant.
We'll wait a couple more minutes. If he doesn't come out, we'll have to go in and get him.
All set? Nobody hanging around? Nothing suspicious?
Mr. Markey, please, I don't want to go through with this.
Look, Winkler, don't give me any trouble. You just stay out here and keep an eye on the door. I'll get Kovac in the car and then come back for his old man. Hello, Kovac.
Markey?
Sorry to have kept you waiting. These things take some time to arrange. You ready to come along?
No.
I got a car waiting out back. You don't want me to take you to see your old man?
I'm not going anywhere with you, Markey, not on your terms.
Then, how about these terms?
Markey, you made a big mistake letting me sit here too long. You gave me time to think. I was scared when I walked in here, but I'm not now.
Okay, so you're not scared. But this gun says that you're coming along with me.
This gun says I'm not.
You're bluffing.
Well, now, you just think about that when these slugs start ripping into your body. Maybe it'll be a comfort to you. Now, what'd you do with my father?
I'll beat you, Kovac. I'll cut you in two before you ever pull the trigger.
You won't take that chance, Marky. You're not brave enough to die. That's what I was thinking about while I was waiting for you. Now, where's my father?
You don't want to die either.
Marky, I've got nothing to lose. If I leave with you, I die anyhow. I'm giving you 3 seconds to tell me where he is. 1.
I'm warning you, Kovac, for the last time. You better start getting smart.
2.
Don't try it, Kovac.
Hold it right there. Don't move now. Open up! It's the police!
Where are they?
It was Markey. He made me do it. It wasn't my fault. He forced me.
Where are they?
They're inside. The old man's in the office, in the closet. I didn't want to hurt him. It was all Markey.
You stay here. Turn on the lights in there. All right, Markey. You're all done. Kovac, where are you?
Right here.
What you doing? Easy. Take it easy. Your father's in the office. Bring him along.
Pop, you all right?
I'm fine, Mike.
I'll finish it.
Fine.
You sure you're all right, Pop?
Positive. Only one thing, Mike.
What's that, Pop?
You were right. These things are too dangerous for people like us. Next time the police ask, you tell them no.
But, Pop, you said that...
Anything you say, Pop. This is Weaverville, a quiet little town, not 100 miles from the biggest, noisiest city in the world. And I'm Mike Kovac, freelance photographer, doing the kind of photo layout I like best. Pictures of plain people looking happy, looking mad, in any way I find them. I had been introduced around town by an old friend, Eli Jenkins, who was both constable of the town and editor of its weekly newspaper. He had made only one stipulation, that I get a flattering picture of the town banker. That's fine, Mr. Danton, just fine. That's great, thank you very much.
Just call on me anytime, Mr. Kovac. Anytime at all.
All right, I will. Now, if I can get a wide-angle shot of the bank with everybody busy at their jobs.
All right, folks. My name's Terry Colleen, and this is a stick-up.
Go on, Dan.
Now, see here, young man. Mr. Danton, look out. You'll never get
Okay, photographer, take my picture. Come on.
Come on, hurry it up. Let's go down.
You. Come on.
I said, come on. Let's go.
Oh, wait a minute, this is where I get off.
Hey, Dan, you wanted to change cars? Well, here we go with the cameraman and all his picture stuff. Come on, fella, you drive.
Take the camera, the car. You don't need me anymore.
Yes, we do. Come on. You and your picture stuff in the back. Come on, Dan.
This gun says I'm going to see how I look in those pictures. Maybe you can be my publicity man. Get moving.
Man with a Camera, starring Charles Bronson.
This is my portable darkroom. I built it for field trips. I can develop and print pictures wherever I am, day or night. There are vacuum bottles for keeping developing solutions at the right temperature, solution trays, printing paper, everything. I can bring these prints out into the sunlight in a few seconds.
Keep an eye on him, Danny. He looks like a frisky picture man. I like this one, Kovac. You're good. You're a real good photographer, Kovac. You a pretty big shot photographer?
Well, most photographers have heard of me, if that's what you mean.
And then what I have to do now, I'm sorry for, Kovac. I guess this is what you call a photo finish, huh? Thanks for the picture.
No, wait a minute. Is one print enough?
What's that mean, is one print enough?
Well, you know, Colleen, you take a real good picture.
Yeah, I do.
In fact, I can go along with you, take more pictures, Colleen.
Why?
I don't think my reasons would interest you.
Just try me, Kovac.
All right, but send them to the newspapers, the magazines.
Kovac, that's just exactly what I would do. You know that I pulled 4 jobs in 3 days? It's about time I got more publicity. What paper would you send it to, Kovac?
Well, I'd suggest that newspaper in Weaverville. The editor's a friend of mine. His name is Jenkins. Now, he'd see that it got good circulation. The wire services, the big city dailies.
Can't you see he's just stalling, looking for a chance to escape?
Shut up, Dan. Put the handcuffs on him. I want you to take this picture, find yourself a farmer. Give him $5. Ask him to deliver that paper in Weaverville. You got a girl, Kovac? I got a girl. She got honey-colored hair. She's a college girl. Junior in college. Now let them have school who wants it. Don't put their pictures in no papers.
Where are we going from here?
You're gonna photograph me. Genuine photographs of a one-man crime wave. And we're gonna end up at Lone Pine. About 6 more days it opens. My girl will be up there.
Lone Pine? Where's that?
You'd like Lone Pine. She was alive when we got up there. Kovac. I can shoot the eyebrow off a grasshopper at 200 feet. Don't you ever try nothing.
Maybe we ought to get out an extra, Mr. Jenkins. Otherwise, we don't hit the streets till Friday.
An extra, yes. Now for the headlines. Keep them simple and to the point. Elmer Danton shot down by egomaniac. Famous photographer kidnapped. A wild man. Dressed like he was from another world. Simple but tough. Elmer was my best friend.
Is that it, Jenkins?
Farmer brought it in. Said someone gave him $5 to deliver it to the Tribune.
Any description of the man who gave it to him?
Not good enough. Are you going out after the killers?
I have orders to stay here. The state police are after them. The FBI. Every sheriff within 300 miles has been alerted.
Then can I borrow your police car? I want a fast car. I want to go after the killers who shot down my friend personally.
I'll have to say no, Jenkins. You go back to being editor of the Tribune.
Be sure and put in something about how they forced Mike Kovac to drive them off in his camera car.
What about the picture?
Blow it up, Abel. Let an arrow point at poor Elmer's bleeding body. Big, bold headlines. Plaster the front page, Abel.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins. Nothing sensational.
You stand right here, Kovac, and you can get your pictures. Don't worry, folks. This is just another holdup. Where's the money, fella? Kovac, get me a profile just as I get the money out. Kovac, that wasn't no profile. My head was down. Come on, Killane, we gotta move. You're gonna learn to do what I say, Kovac, or I'm gonna shoot up both your ears. Picture man, you're not attending to your trade. Now, come on, let's get on our horses. Put the heads off the path.
Danny Penrose. I don't understand it. An old pro like you? How long you been teamed up with this madman?
None of your business, Kovac.
You afraid, Danny?
You keep your nose in that solution out of my business.
Look, Danny, now, don't get nervous. But he's sitting back there cleaning his gun. This gives us an advantage if we wanted to bust loose from here.
We?
Yeah, you too. I know you'd like to, but you're afraid.
Then join me. And you be afraid, too. And listen, you keep afraid when he's around. You'll last longer. That boy knows how to handle himself.
I got eyes in the back of my head and ears like a hawk. What's that for? That's for listening. You get to work, Kovac. I picked up Danny Boy in a bar. I told him how we could pick up a couple of bucks. Hurry up, Kovac.
It's ready.
You call yourself a picture man? Look at this.
What's the matter with it?
What's the matter with it? I don't like Danny Boy's ugly mug spoiling a shot, that's what.
And I don't want my face in no paper.
Just simmer down, Dan. Listen, Kovac. Tomorrow, you get me, see? A real nice picture of just me without this dude's face spoiling it.
He did it deliberate, just to mark me for the cops. Don't send it in.
It gets sent in just like the rest of them to that paper in Weaverville, Dan. Don't worry, Danny Boy. He ain't gonna spoil another picture with your face. Will it, Kovac?
Yours will do.
Egomaniac killer crossed last night into the little town of Maryville. Held up a cafe and vanished into the night. Got all that down, Abel?
Yep. We arrived this morning.
Gilligan, you better let me go after them. I'm a good enough shot, you know.
Come on, Jenkins. We've been through all that.
Notice how badly composed that picture is. Killing almost out of it. It seems to feature that orangeade sign. Burton Orangeade.
So?
The day after this robbery, they hit the town of Burton.
Probably just a coincidence.
No, sir. 3 times now, Kovac has given me a clue with a badly composed picture. The first time is when he positively identified Danny Penrose for us. The second was that gas station holdup. He managed to get that highway sign into a corner of the picture, the one that said Medford 80 miles, and sure enough, that's where they hit next. And now this Burton Orangeade thing. Make no mistake about it, Gilligan. Kovac's talking to us with his camera.
Well, I don't know. You may be right.
I might as well tell you something else, Gilligan. Even if I am just the Weaverville constable, I'm going out after them when the time comes.
Well, when will that be?
The next time Mike Kovac tells me where to look.
Okay, you guys load up the back. Well, how do you like your new wagon, Kovac? I traded your old one in on this new one. We're going to Lone Pine. Go up and see my college girl. I'm assuring my publicity.
Where is this Lone Pine place?
Kovac, you know you're a lousy photographer. You haven't once got me in profile. I think I ought to kill you right now.
You do that and you'll never make the big time.
What do you mean the big time? I'm famous. I'm on every newspaper.
Well, you're not famous until you make the cover of a big magazine.
What about the magazines?
You say you're pretty good with that gun?
I'm the best.
All right, you're the best, but who knows it?
Nobody knows it. Nobody knows nothing when I shoot. They just go to sleep. Bye-bye. Now, what about these magazines? How could I get on the cover?
Well, the surest way not to is to get rid of me.
How could I?
Show the world how good you are with that gun.
Okay. You just get your little camera ready.
You see that little pine cone on top of the tree there?
Mm-hmm.
You think you could hit it?
Just watch me.
All right, get a little closer to the tree. A little bit more. Right there. Now, wait a minute. I'll tell you when. Okay, you get ready? Ready? Now.
There isn't a town within 1,000 miles called Lone Pine.
Well, it is a pine, isn't it?
Sure enough looks like a pine tree, but...
Just one lone pine.
Sure looks like he left most of Killeen out of it.
And Killeen's a hot news item. Like I told Gilligan, Kovac's talking to us with his camera. This picture features a pine tree. Just one lone pine.
Sure is a mystery to me. As far as that goes, here's a lone pine, but it ain't a town.
Lone Pine Lodge up in Blue Valley Mountains.
Could they have circled back? It's only about an hour's drive from here.
In my car, about 3 hours.
Yeah, and Gilligan's out on a patrol.
No matter. I figured this is something I'd have to do myself. For you, get ready to put out another extra. Nothing sensational. Keep it simple and to the point. Not like those big city tabloids.
I know.
Daddy, there's a car outside. Daddy!
Sarah, I'm back. I'm back, baby. From now on, it's just gonna be you and me. I'm famous! I'm famous! I'm famous, Sarah! Hello, old man. I'm back, old man. I'm famous. No more carrying your garbage. Kovac? This is my girl, Sarah Kovac. She's a college girl. Sarah? Picture man's gonna take our picture together, Sarah.
Wait a minute, Colleen. Give her some more time. I can still hear her crying in there. Well, now look, what kind of picture can I take if her face is stained with tears?
Why are you still crying?
You shot her father.
But he was no good, Kovac. He despised me. He said that I wasn't good enough for her. Why are you still crying? Your father treated me like a servant. I worked here. 3 summers I worked here, and he made me carry his garbage. I'm famous! I'm famous!
Colleen, why don't you give her more time?
She's my girl, Kovac.
You engaged or something?
No.
Why do you think she's your girl?
Shut up, Dan.
There's a car coming in.
See what it is, Dan. I'll take care of Kovac.
Drove on. Driver's on the closed sign.
Okay, Kovac, I'm tired of waiting. Now, you take the picture of me and Sarah.
Yes, me. We got to get rid of Kovac and get out of here.
Nobody asked you, Dan. We'll get rid of Kovac as soon as he takes this picture of me and my college girl. Hey, wait a minute. What's the matter? He did... What's the matter, baby? Don't you want your picture taken with me? You're just like your father. You think just because you went to college you're too good for me, huh? Kovac, get a picture of this and get me in profile just as I pull the trigger. Kovac!
No.
got another picture for you, a much bigger picture.
What picture, Kovac?
Now, you listen to me. Who cares about one crummy college girl? You think she can get your picture on a magazine cover?
Got a better idea?
Yeah, I got a better idea. You let that girl go, and I'll take the greatest photograph ever taken. A photo of you killing me. Well, now, listen, Killeen. You'll have a picture of that bullet coming right at me. But only if you let that girl go.
She's my girl, Kovac.
Well, now, you just look at her. Is she worthy of you? What's the matter with you, man? Don't you have any pride? Let the girl go, and I'll take the greatest photo ever taken of you sending that little bullet right at me. The greatest shot in the country, a really famous guy, that's you. Get your picture on a magazine cover, maybe. Look at her, a girl. You know girl pictures are a dime a dozen?
You're right, Kovac.
All right. Why don't you get her out of here? She'll just spoil the picture.
Beat it, Sarah.
Come on, get out.
You can't let her go, Killeen. Kovac's just trying to save her.
Danny boy, where can she run to? She can go anywhere for help.
Beat it, Sarah!
Just one more thing.
And what's that?
Give her time to get a head start.
Step outside, Danny boy, and let me know when she's down the road a piece. You know, Kovac, I admire you. You saved the dame, even if she isn't worth a dime a dozen. Now, you be sure and catch that little bitty bullet, Kovac.
Is it him, crash helmet killer?
Yes.
Go back there and hide against the house.
Hey, Killeen!
Duck down. Take cover. Shot left, just one, and I can't see a thing.
Now hold it. You think you could fire fast enough if I set off a flash?
I can try.
All right, now look. You'll only get a real quick look. We'll wait until he fires so we can see the general direction, all right?
with a Camera. Starring Charles Bronson.
This is not Reno or Las Vegas where gambling is legal. It's a few hours out of New York City across the state line where it's illegal. I'm Mike Kovac, freelance photographer, made up to look like a big spender. Because tonight I was up against fast and dangerous company. Evening. Pretty lively down there, isn't it? Oh, I wonder if I could see Mr. Bradman. I'd like to cash a check.
Come in.
Mr. Bradman?
Yes?
I'd like to cash a check, if I may.
Certainly. Always glad to accommodate our guests. With proper identification, of course.
Oh, naturally.
Cigarette?
Thank you. Allow me.
Thank you.
I really don't need much.
Well, now, let's not be shy, my friend. Perhaps as collateral, you might care to leave your lighter camera. The one you just took my picture with.
Oh, I guess we can forget this dodge, huh?
I observed you earlier in the gaming room. One of my boys recognized you. Mike Kovac, isn't it?
That's right. Why don't you stop me sooner, before I shot so much film?
All right, Kovac. The camera.
Oh, no, don't be hasty, girl. After all, Mr. Kovac's a very distinguished photographer. Now, tell me, just what brought you here, Kovac?
Well, I figured it wouldn't be too hard to sell a nice layout on a crooked gambling house.
Especially with an election coming up, huh? Very enterprising. Although I hardly like that term, crooked gambling house.
Well, that's a little expression I picked up from reading John Payson's speeches. You know, he's been blasting you all during his campaign. If he wins that election for governor, you're going to be closed down. So I figured I'd take some pictures before the place was boarded up.
I see. Well, Mr. Kovac, if the shot you just took of me turns out good, send me a print, will you? Nice to have met you.
You're not going to take the film?
Why should I? Mr. Payson claims I'm dishonest. But I run an honest house, and I hardly think stealing your film would be an honest gesture. Good night, Mr. Kovac.
Good night.
Are you crazy? Those pictures will give the Payson campaign a real boost.
No. They're not very important, Earl. It's the pictures Kovac plans to take next that I'm interested in.
What?
You see, I happen to know that he's already made arrangements to photograph Payson's family sometime this week.
So what? It can only hurt us.
On the contrary, Earl, I think Mr. Kovac's photography can help us very much. You see, I have someone in Mr. Payson's household who works for me.
Last night, pictures of a gambler with crooked money riding on a political campaign. Walter Bradman. Today, an honest lawyer who had sworn to smash the gambler syndicate if elected. John Payson. I didn't know it yet, but I was being set up as the fall guy in the fight between these two. All right, now hold it. Thank you. Now you can relax.
Mr. Kovac, you sure you don't want some coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. If I start drinking coffee now, then I'll relax and we'll never finish. What I'd like now is some shots of your daughter.
I sent Miss Hollis to get her dressed. She'll be down soon.
Hurry up. Is it true we're going to be in all the magazines?
Well, you're going to be in one of them anyhow. Sit down over here now. Would you move this way, Mrs. Payson, please?
Of course.
Right in the middle, Kathy.
Come down.
Thank you. Now make it nice and relaxed, easy, casual. This will be the last shot.
Oh, why don't you touch the tip of her nose as though she has a snub nose or something, you know?
She does have a snub nose.
All right, that's enough out of you.
That's it. Now hold it right there. Ah, that does it.
Oh, let's take some more.
Hey.
Miss Hollis, would you please take our little chatterbox back upstairs for her study period?
She can't. This is her weekend away.
Oh?
I thought I might drive in with chauffeur when he takes Mr. Kovac back to the station this evening.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did forget. No, you go right ahead.
Thank you. I'll just take a moment to change.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, please, would you? Thank you.
You know, I don't know what people do with themselves anymore. Gee, it sure isn't like it used to be. A fellow always had somebody to talk to. Can I buy you folks a drink? Nice young married couple laying sick. You can tell that a mile away.
No, we're not married. But I will take that drink.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Oh, come on, we're both off duty. I'll get you some.
Say, speaking of people, you know, the first time I ever saw Woodrow Wilson was on a train. I was going to Chicago from Cedar Rapids, that's in Iowa, and I just got on, got myself nicely seated, and I accidentally turned that light. Who do you think I saw? There he was. I never will forget it.
Suddenly, the fix was on. I knew it. I didn't know who or why. But I knew what. I didn't have my negatives. And that means panic for a photographer. Oh, he isn't, huh? Well, maybe you can tell me. Was there anybody else out there taking pictures of Mr. and Mrs. Payson?
No, sir. And you did not leave any film holders here, sir. I took your equipment myself to the porch and handed it to the chauffeur.
Did Mr. Kovac leave any film holders in the car when you drove him to the station yesterday?
No. Mr. Kovac, I've just spoken to the chauffeur. Nothing was left in the car.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Payson, I was just trying to get in touch with you.
I can well imagine you were, Mr. Kovac. All right, Kovac, just what is it you want?
Well, sometime at your house, I picked up the wrong case of film. Now, what I've got here is scenics. There's the Hudson River and George Washington Bridge.
Let me put it this way, Kovac. Just what do you think you'll hold me up for?
Hold you up for?
You don't know.
Know what, Mr. Payson?
You remember the picture you took of me and my wife and daughter seated on the sofa?
These are slot machines.
The man next to me is Walter Bradman, the gambler I've sworn to shut down. The other man is his associate. But of course, you know them both. And this one is even better. The pose where you had me reaching down to help my daughter Kathy up from the sofa. And this one is your masterpiece. Recognize me touching the tip of my wife's snub nose?
You know, Mr. Payson, these are all composites.
Exactly. Done by an expert, Kovac. Just what are they paying you for helping in this blackmail scheme?
Oh, no, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it? I told you I lost my case of film.
All of those poses were staged exactly to match up with these. And I give you credit. But there's one thing you've forgotten. Blackmail is a felony. And unless you retrieve every single one of those prints and all of the negatives, I'll be curious to see how you composite yourself out of a penitentiary cell with your trick camera. Think it over.
I was ready to blow up, so I went to see Pop.
Since a small boy, I know doors are to jump through, not walk in by.
I'm sorry, Pop. What'd you find out for me?
Who had possession of your films?
I had them. They were never out of my possession. Payson's servant
He did help me carry the stuff out to the car. And then the chauffeur, he loaded the bags into the car. When we got to the station, he unloaded them.
I would like to see the composites. Perhaps they will tell us something. I would say beautiful composite work. Control of light source, matching the action. But of course, impossible.
Why impossible?
In this city, 3 men only had this artistic quality. 2 are now dead, and the 3rd one is in prison. I will show you. At a photographer smoker. This was in a beer hall. Mr. Marek Stephens, dead. Mr. Jacob Ignaski, dead. And lastly, the man who is now in prison.
Let me see that. Oh, I know him. This guy was the talkative old man in the club car on the train. What's his name, Bob?
Clyde Basser.
Basser.
Knowing the name is one thing, knowing where he is another horse. Obviously, he's no longer in prison.
Look, Bob. Call Lieutenant McTavish at homicide. Ask him for Bosser's address. Now, he's an ex-convict, so it must be on file.
Where will you be?
I'll call back. You'll do it, huh?
So, what are fathers for?
Hey, you can't barge in here.
Well, that's all right, Earl.
Get him out of here so we can talk.
Earl, Mr. Kovac wants to talk.
You know why I'm here?
Well, I assume it's because you took some excellent pictures of me in my place and you'd like to sell me a few prints, right?
I think you're the only one who can benefit from embarrassing John Payson. And I think you're responsible for stealing my negatives and hiring a man by the name of Clyde Bosser to make composites.
Bosser, huh? No, I don't believe I've ever heard of a man named Bosser. As a matter of fact, what is all this talk about composites anyway?
Don't play it dumb. I want my negatives. You turn them over to me now, there'll be no squawk. But I'm telling you right now, man, you use any part of my work on a scandal campaign against John Payson, and I won't stop until I've found Bosser and proved that you faked those composites.
I see. Tell me, Kovac, are you interested in making any money?
Not your kind. And I'm not going to settle for anything less than those negatives.
Well, now, not so fast. I really don't know a thing about these negatives. I was merely curious as to the kind of man you were.
All right, you have it your way. But if I can prove you're behind a stunt like this, you're going to be washed up for good, even if Payson loses the election. Oh, miss.
I was just about to send for you. How many times have I told you to keep your mouth shut?
Brad, honey.
You told Mike Kovac about Bosser.
Why would I tell him?
Because Bosser told me you were drinking with him in the club car. I've told you never to drink.
I had one. Well, so maybe it was two. What difference does it make? You know I wouldn't let any name slip.
Well, Kovac knows somehow. And if he ever gets to Bosser, we're... Oh, never mind. I'll handle Bosser in my own way.
Now, wait a minute. He's an old man. What do you think you're going to do?
Well, now, honey, I'm not going to hurt him.
That's what you're worried about. Just get him out of the way for a little while. Like a nice little vacation trip to Florida. Till after we beat Payson in the election. Huh?
Yeah, but...
Now, you better go on back to the house.
Okay, but no rough stuff with the old man, huh?
Come, man.
Bosser.
Oh. Well, late to be calling in. Even if a fella could sleep in this heat.
Well, now, that's just what I came here about. Hey, how would you like to take a nice trip up north, huh? To a cool cabin on a lake.
No.
All expenses paid.
No, I'm on parole. I can't leave the city.
Now, listen, Mike Kovac knows about you. So I say you're getting out of here. Now, tonight.
Just wait a minute. Just take it easy. We had an agreement. I did the job, now I'm through. Now you get out of here and let me go to sleep if I can.
Oh, look, I'm not going to fool with you, old man. You're going to do exactly as I say.
Hey, just take it easy. Now, before I leave this city, I'd go to that parole officer and I'd tell him I just thought this was some kind of a practical joke you were pulling.
One word out of you.
It wouldn't be any good to go threatening me. Now, just get out of here and let me sleep.
Look! You think
Cut it out!
that you spoil this whole deal? You're out of your mind!
You're out of your mind!
Yeah, Pop, I know where the street is. It's in Greenwich Village, I believe. What number did the lieutenant say? 16? All right. Don't worry, Pop. I'm the carefulest son you've got. Yeah, I know. The only one, too. All right, bye, Pop. Mr. Bosser? Mr. Bosser?
The old man cried, Pasa, he was dead, Michael.
Yeah, he was dead, Pop. The police were there.
But you don't believe it was an accident?
Oh, I didn't say that, Pop. This is why I'm working this bluff. See if I can find out. Now, this is a picture I took of Bradman in his office when I lit a cigarette. This is one of the old man lying dead in the alley with his arms spread out. This I took at a fifth, wide open. And this is a picture of the room background.
So
I put them all together into this composite. What do you think? Well?
Perfect. That is, if you don't look too close.
Well, Pop,
This is bait for a trap. If I can get Miss Hollis to turn against this hoodlum gambler, that's about all I can hope for. I drove out to the Paysons that same night. All I'm trying to do is square myself with you people. And here's some proof. That's a shot of Miss Hollis in the casino. Now, she really works for Bradman, not for you. That's how he knew that I'd be here that day to take pictures.
And you think she exchanged the film?
No, but I think the old man, Clyde Bronson, made the switch when I went to the bar in the club car. After I figured it all out, I went to Boss's apartment. But Bradman got there before me. And they had a fight. He pushed the old man off the balcony. He's dead.
You're lying. They wouldn't dare kill him.
It's true, Miss Hollis.
I don't believe you. This is some kind of a trick.
But I saw it with my own eyes. He's dead.
Brad promised me they wouldn't hurt him. Father was an old man. Just wanted to be left alone. He didn't want to get mixed up in this thing. I talked him into it. And now he's dead.
I'm sorry, Miss Hollis. Was Bradman behind this whole blackmail scheme?
Yes, he was.
Stay away from that desk.
I'm going to borrow this for just a little while, Mr. Payson.
Miss Hollis, wait.
Miss Hollis, wait, the pictures are fake.
Hello, honey. What are you doing here?
Get out.
Sure.
You killed my father. Now I'm going to kill you.
Honey, listen, you're all wrong.
You were there. So was Mike Kovac. He took this picture from across the street on the fire escape.
No, nobody was there. He couldn't possibly have seen me.
You shouldn't have killed him, Brad.
No, baby, it was an accident.
He was an old man. Sometimes he was hard to get along with, but you shouldn't have killed him.
Will you let me tell you what happened?
This picture tells it.
But it doesn't tell the whole truth. It was an accident. I tried to save him.
You once told me that if you shoot a man in the stomach, it takes a long time to die.
She was going to shoot me. She was going to kill me.
Don't move, I warn you. He's got something he has to confess. I want you to hear him say he murdered my father.
But I didn't murder him. It was an accident, I tell you. He stumbled. I couldn't help him.
You're lying! I'm sorry, Mr. Payson. I'll testify to anything you want. The illegal gambling, the blackmail pictures, anything.
Why did you have to be snooping around with your camera? The fire escape.
What fire escape are you talking about?
The one on the opposite balcony.
There's no fire escape there. That's just a brick wall.
What about this?
Oh, that's just a photo composite that I made up. They're fun, aren't they?
You dumb dame. You stupid.
Now hold it.
I think it's about time we let the police in on this. What do you think, Mike?
Yes, sir, Mr. Governor.
Now, like, don't get all shook up, man. We're not here to cause trouble.
Oh, man, we're here to uncause it.
Just a boyish prank, you understand, Mr. Kovac. Brewster never meant to keep that camera.
Out.
Why get salty, Dad? Cool it, will ya? I mean, we made a special trip all the way across town, you know.
What Rooster's trying to say is, we thought you'd show us those pictures you took tonight.
Why, you're not in any of them anyhow.
You mean you printed them already?
Yeah. Stay out of there.
56 to 76th and Morningside. Ambulance traffic, code 2. All units, code 9. A tenement fire, a tenement fire. Prince Street and Washington Avenue. Repeating, all units.
I'm Mike Kovac, freelance photographer. Excitement is my business. I find it by poking, prying, and listening. When I find what I want, I record it with my camera. It's fun, money, and people. I don't know which I like best.
Hey, Mike, fire's that away.
Yeah, well, the people are over this way. Besides, I've got my fire shots. Look at that old woman there. There's a whole book written in that face. Well, that kid is a non-property owner. He enjoys a good fire. And that girl.
Hey, some joker just took her picture.
If her picture makes the paper and Kegel spots it, we're sunk. I want that camera.
Got it.
You better wait over here, Mr. O'Connor.
Hey, man, let me take your picture.
Hey, come back with that! Give me a hand, Captain.
Hey, sorry, Dad. Like I didn't see you coming, man. I was practicing my dancing.
In an alley, you practice dancing, huh?
Well, you know, like the old lady don't like me using up the carpet. I lost them.
Okay, Esther, where are they?
Where's who, Dad? Hey, maybe if you clue me.
You're not fooling around with gum machines now. That camera's an expensive piece of merchandise. You know, you buy yourself a part interest in a grand larceny rap?
Look, Dad, I ain't even seen your camera. Like I'm just minding my own business when you cats fall in on me. You could have called the cop.
And prove what?
Give you much trouble?
A little lip is all. Rooster's got the camera.
I know you'd show, Mama. I told the boys I can always count on my daughter.
I can always count on you, too. Released from prison only a week, and already you're in trouble with the police.
Oh, you got it wrong. It ain't the police I'm hiding from.
They'll be here soon. Let's get out of here. We'll bring you a cot and some blankets. It may be a long, hard winter. See you, Marty.
Would you like to tell me what this is all about?
Herbie Kegel. He thought 6 years in prison would soften me up. Got a couple of the boys together and had a try for me in Albany. I was lucky to get away with nothing worse than this.
Why? I thought Irby Cagle was your friend.
The team men proved I had a lot of unreported dough stashed away. They couldn't find it. Cagle thought maybe he could. I rode the rods down from Albany, bleeding every mile of the way. I was laying here unconscious when them kids found me.
Oh. Yeah, those kids. How can you trust them?
Trust them? They look up to me. They've been looking after me like a mother hen. Not once did any of them ever hustle me for any graft.
We did okay, huh? You did fine, only one hitch, no film. Mike Kovac, 227 West Waverly Place. Come on.
Trouble with you is you don't understand how it feels to be a big shot.
No. But I do understand what it's like to be his daughter.
What do you mean?
I thought I was out of it 10 years ago when you walked out on Mother and me. Oh, we managed. I made a life without a father. And now you've come back. And you'll come back again, too, when you find you need me for something.
I filed a report on the stolen camera, then rushed to my apartment. Speed is vital to a freelance photographer. The trick is to shoot the best possible pictures you can, then get them developed, printed, and sold before the next guy beats you to it.
Now, like, don't get all shook up, man. We're not here to cause trouble.
Oh, man, we're here to uncause it.
Just a boyish prank, you understand, Mr. Kovac. Brewster never meant to keep that camera. Very nice pad you got yourself here.
Look, I'm kind of busy right now.
Hey, don't let us hang you up, Dad. We're just gonna browse around.
Out.
Why get salty, Dad? Cool it, will ya? I mean, we made a special trip all the way across town, you know.
What Rooster's trying to say is, we thought you'd show us those pictures you took tonight.
Why? You're not in any of them anyhow.
You mean you printed them already?
Yeah. Stay out of there. You know this is breaking and entering?
Well, not really. Let's see. We rang the bell, you let us in. We're your guests. Of course, at the party, you get a little rough. Well, it was just one of those things.
A real tough bunch. You're tough like a coat of cheap paint. First bad stretch of weather comes along, it peels right off.
Maybe you're the paint remover?
If you don't get your boy out of that darkroom, we'll soon find out. Nothing was disturbed. Thousands of dollars worth of equipment, yet nothing had been taken, except... It wasn't an accident. The only things missing were the negative and the print of the girl. Someone was determined to keep her picture out of the paper, and that made me equally determined to find out why. But the kids had overlooked one fact, that dehumanized the original camera. And my eye remembered that photo. Pop, I hope you don't mind me going through your portrait file.
Mind, but of course not.
You know, I keep meaning to come by all the time, but one thing happens at another, you know.
I know, busy. It is a proud thing to see my son's work in every magazine and newspaper. Only one thing, Michael.
What's that, Pop?
A small criticism. Never enough light you use. Pictures are meant to be seen, you know.
Okay, Pop, I'll work on it. Hey, this is what I'm looking for. It's all flat lighting. Same angles, too. It's perfect. See? These lips? These are her lips, Pop.
Certainly, those are her lips.
Pop, I'm gonna have to cut up some of your pictures.
Cut my pictures?
You still have the negatives, don't you?
Oh, a complete file.
These eyes, Pop. They look like her eyes. Yeah, these ought to do. Yeah, this ought to do for the eye.
You haven't touched your teeth.
Pop, this is important. I gotta find this girl.
Here in the neighborhood are plenty nice girls.
You know, I don't even know this girl's name. I don't know where she lives or anything about her. But I gotta have a picture in order to help me find her.
Out of 9 million people, you are going to find one girl? Impossible.
You're probably right. But I gotta give it a try. I think there's a picture story in it, Pop. Yeah, now come here, look at this. That's her. Now all I've got to do is find her. I had to begin someplace, and the logical starting point was the neighborhood where I'd seen the girl the night before. But I was in their territory now, an outsider without a passport. It was a tight-knit, hostile neighborhood, distrustful of strangers, suspicious of anybody. You could get someone to tell you the time of day, maybe. You know who this girl is?
What's he want? We give him back his camera?
Yeah, but we also give him a hit in the head, remember? Maybe it smartened him up a bit. We better keep an eye on him.
Hey, hold it.
Hey, what was that for?
Typical teenager. I'm doing a series. Would you like to see a picture in the paper?
Well, that depends.
Oh, you mean on what's in it for you, huh? Sure, that's what makes you a typical teenager. Well, I'm paying $1 to everyone who gives me permission to use their photograph. Now, here's one I took yesterday of a girl. I didn't get a chance to pay her. Who she is?
You sure you're a photographer?
Well, if I'm not, I wasted a lot of money on a camera.
Suddenly you don't know nothing about nothing. Hey, you seen this? Huh? Look, right here. What? What a rotten thing to happen. Herbie Cagle dead. This is gonna cost us. Hey! Let him go. We learned this lesson. We gotta go find IQ.
Hi, fellas.
I'll wait outside.
Well, what's the score?
Not so good, Marty. Rooster here spotted someone around the neighborhood asking questions. Tall, thin guy with a mustache. He swears it's Herbie Cagle.
Well, this time I'll be ready for him.
You stage a shooting match here at Sup Lemons for everybody.
What else am I gonna do? I crawl out that front door, I'm a dead man.
You don't go out the front door. We're taking you over the roofs. There'll be a panel truck waiting at the end of the block.
Yeah? Then where?
Spot I know outside Great Neck. They'd never find you in a million years.
You're good boys, all of you. Marty'll never forget.
Only one thing, Marty. It's gonna cost.
What don't? There you are. This should do for a nanny. When you need any more, it's here for you.
Better get your things together. We'll be back for you in half an hour. That's cutting it pretty thin as it is.
Man, like, what a square.
Did you unload the gun?
I'll never know who was touched. Oh, a ding-a-ling like that ever kept alive so long.
Hey, don't knock. He was up there in the top rung one.
You'd never know it. He looks just like any busted-up old con.
Yeah, but the difference is that this old con has got $500,000 socked in a hole somewhere.
And we better be close when he digs it up.
Oh, we'll stick like glue.
Yeah, what about after? Marty Delgado won't like playing Santa.
Well, Marty's pretty badly shot up. I just don't think he's gonna recover. Come on.
Let me alone. Keep her away from me. I don't know nothing.
You afraid the boys will stomp you again? They do that kind of regularly, don't they, huh?
Well, I'll show them.
You know, you can show them right now. You don't want to see them hurt that girl, do you?
Ain't gonna hurt her. They're just protecting her.
I'll tell you what. You take a message to her from me, and I'll give you $5.
Oh, bug off, Dad. They make me anywhere near that condemned tenement building, they drop the sidewalk on me.
Here's your 5. A condemned tenement building, the boy said. There was only one in the neighborhood.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Mike Kovac. I'm a freelance news photographer. I took your picture last night at the fire.
What are you doing here?
Well, it looked to me like you were in trouble, and I thought maybe I could help.
You're mistaken. There's nothing wrong.
Well, then... Well, how come you're hiding out up here?
Please. Just... Please go away and leave me alone.
Say, who's in there?
No one.
That's far enough. All right, Norma. Bolt the door. All right, wise guy. Start talking.
You're Marty Delgado.
Oh, what do you know? I said talk. Where's Herbie?
Well, who's Herbie?
Father, I don't think Herbie sent him. I think he's telling the truth about being a photographer. I saw him last night at the fire.
That's just a blind. I know how Herbie works.
Are you talking about Herbie Cagle?
Like you didn't know.
Well, if you're hiding out from him, you can stop right now. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, the Albany police had a skeet shooting contest last night, and he wound up as a clay pigeon.
You're lying. The kids told me they saw him in the neighborhood less than an hour ago.
Well, they know better, because all the papers have been carrying headlines about the shooting.
I told you not to trust those kids. All they want is your money.
It's some kind of a trick, I tell you. Those kids wouldn't lie to me. Why, they look up to me. Besides, they wouldn't dare try anything on Marty Delgado. They know how I used to handle double-crossers in the old days.
Oh, I get the picture now. Marty, you've been had by a bunch of kids who don't remember the old days.
Shut up.
All right, but you better face it. All they want from you is the money you're supposed to have stashed away. And once they've got that, they'll kill you as fast as Herbie Cagle would. And her, too.
Not while I got this.
Well, we'd better get out of here right now.
Marty, open up. The truck's waiting outside.
All right, I'll open up. Only first buy me a paper and slip it under the door.
So maybe this cat just looked like Herbie. Anyone can make a mistake.
Sure, kid, I understand. Only what do you got the truck waiting for? If Herbie's plowed under, who am I running from?
Okay, Marty, cards face up. Open the door, no one gets hurt. Otherwise...
Otherwise what? You don't scare me. I got a gun. Point it right in your direction.
Go ahead and pull the trigger. Go ahead and pull it. You don't think we're dumb enough to leave a loaded gun around? An old man like you might hurt yourself. I promise you, Marty, you make us do this the hard way. That pretty daughter of yours isn't going to look so pretty anymore.
If you don't leave, I'll scream for the police.
Go ahead and scream. No one's going to hear you.
This door's so rotten, it wouldn't take them long to break it down.
Wait a minute. What's the use, Father? Why don't you just give them the money?
No.
You heard what they said they'd do to her if you didn't?
You don't understand. I can't. It's here.
It's here?
Sure, it's been here all the time. They just didn't know.
Go find something to bash the door in. I'll wait here.
You don't think if I handed over those kids, we'll just walk out of here, do you? They know Marty Delgado. I may be old and washed up, and I may be a joke to those kids, but they know they'd have to kill me just the same.
Where is it? Where did you hide it? Marty, there's only one way out of this mess. They're right. You can murder a man in the street in this neighborhood, nobody would even turn his head. But there's one thing that attracts attention the world over, and that's money. Now, if you take it and toss it out the window, in 2 seconds flat, the entire population will be right out front.
Toss that out there? Are you kidding? That's everything I got in the world.
Well, it's our necks if you don't.
Well, it's easy enough for you to talk. It ain't your dough.
Marty, you've always been a big spender. Now, what can you buy that's more precious than your daughter's life?
There must be some other way. Give me a hand. What's good money if you don't put it in circulation, huh? I always say if you're gonna do something, do it big.
Let's get out of here.
Like I said, being a freelance photographer has its moments. It's fun, sometimes money, but always people. It'll be a long time before I forget Norma Delgado. And as for her old man, at least he went out with a big splash.
Beautiful, Michael. Just beautiful. Except...
Oh, I know, Pop. Not enough late.
With a Camera, starring Charles Bronson.
When your livelihood depends on the results you get with a camera, you have to be careful about your sources of information, especially if the source is Jimmy Costigan, a freelance reporter. Normally, I wouldn't trust Costigan with a used flashbulb, but the story he told me sounded big, if it was true.
Where do we meet her? I'll show you. You got your camera? I always had my camera. Why did you call me in?
Look, I have a date with a dame who's supposed to be dead, murdered. But who'd believe me? I'm a confirmed liar.
I don't believe you.
But you'll believe what your camera sees, right? Well, so will the DA's office. And if we come up with a picture of Helen Sprague, it'll be the biggest thing since Jumbo.
Yeah, we might come up with the biggest hoax since Jumbo. Come on, get in. Nice district.
Well, this has to be kind of sneaky. After all, this girl's letting a guy be tried for a murder, and she doesn't want to be photographed. There's some dame standing back there in the darkest spot in the alley. You can hardly see her in the shadows.
Yeah, well, this can't.
Helen Sprague?
Are you alone?
Yes.
Then yes, I'm Helen Sprague.
Oh, miss!
I told you to come alone.
I just got a glimpse of her in the light from the flash.
Well, is she Helen Sprague?
Well, she said she was. I can't be sure.
Well, let's get this developed and find out. Come on. Howard Dorn, popular nightclub singer and recording star, was being indicted for the murder of Helen Sprague, even though the police could not find her body. The papers had given the story a big play. What I had in the developer was proof, maybe, that Helen Sprague was alive, and that Howard Dorn was innocent of any crime. Come on in. Close that door before you open the curtain, will you?
Did you get anything?
Well, it's starting to come through now.
It's her. That's her, Helen Sprague. She isn't dead.
It looks like it, but let's make sure.
Now, are you convinced? Man, I've got the biggest story in my life, and you've got the biggest picture.
Absolute proof, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that Helen Sprague is alive. That's pretty strong, isn't it?
You've got eyes, haven't you?
Yes, my eyes say we found her.
So do my ears. The dame told me she was Helen Sprague. You heard her.
Well, that's what I can't understand. Why did she come forward if she wanted to run?
She explained that to me on the phone. If she goes to the police, they throw her in jail for obstructing justice. But at the last minute, she couldn't stand by and see Dorn tried for her murder. Nothing could be plainer.
There's one thing that could.
What?
If you arrange this whole thing, a hoax, just to get a big story. After all, you told me you were a liar. If we've made a mistake, your big story and my big camera will let a murderer loose. The picture caused a big sensation, and I got a big price for it. So did Costigan for his feature articles. But the assistant DA, Paul Hatton, was plenty unhappy.
You broke the DA's case wide open. How do you like it, Kovac? Dorn's free thanks to your picture.
Well, I brought the negative along in case your lab wants to check it. You'll see that it wasn't touched up or faked.
Our office had circumstantial evidence enough for an indictment on Dorn. He had a motive. He openly threatened to kill Helen Sprague. He bought a gun through underworld channels. Helen Sprague disappearing at the same time. It all added up.
Well, I just pushed the button. The film tells the story.
Dorn had all the motive in the world for killing her, and he still has it. How would you like the job of guarding Helen Sprague wherever she is? Oh, I know. The camera tells the story. There's just one more thing, Kovac. It's your reputation that set Dorn free. I can't doubt your photo. Nor the fact that it's a new picture taken last night. But Costigan, he's been known to rig a story. Fill me in on this one, Chapter 1.
Well, Costigan phoned me. He said he received a call from a girl identifying herself as Helen Sprague. Now, she wanted him to meet her. He wanted me along to take a picture to prove his story. Chapter 2? Well, I don't know.
Okay. Send Costigan in.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Hatton? Beginning to doubt your eyes as well as your ears? Oh, I knew you'd doubt my story, but I didn't think you'd doubt that photograph.
Hatton, you don't still believe that Helen Sprague is dead, do you?
I don't know. But let me tell you one thing. If I find that this photo's a fake, I'll be seeing you, and don't think I won't. You'll look good in handcuffs.
Pete Monteith, what are you doing here?
Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's the idea of busting in here like this?
I'm just sitting here getting madder and madder.
Getting madder about what? What's wrong with you anyhow? You know, Pete, you don't look like your old happy self. I thought you were traveling that grunt and groan circuit.
I want to see you about the picture you took of my girl.
Your girl?
Now, where is she?
What do you mean, your girl? Pete, I think you've had too many hard cuts.
That's so.
I owe you one, Pete.
She ducked out on me 2 days ago. Where is she, Mike?
Since when did you start running around with Helen Sprague?
Yeah. I seen that name under a picture, Helen Sprague.
Did she tell you that name?
Pete, do you mean that your girlfriend looks like Helen Sprague?
No, she don't look like Helen Sprague or nobody else. She looks like Connie Sawyer, my girl. Now, this is my babe, Connie. She run out on me, and I want to find her.
What makes you so sure that this is Connie Sawyer?
Her earrings. Take a look at them. How could I mistake them that set me back $50? Connie wouldn't part with those gems, and she wouldn't give them to no Helen Sprague.
Pete, this is very important. Now, take another good long look at that photo. Are you sure that's Connie Sawyer and not just the earrings?
Her hair is nice and soft and black. She sure is pretty, isn't she? But I'm as sure as a guy can ever be about a dame. What, with the way they keep changing their makeup and their hair color? It's Connie, all right.
But the girl's hair in this photo is a different color than Connie Sawyer's was the last time you saw her, right?
So what? She even dyed it orange once. Now, you listen. My girl would die before she'd part with them $50 earrings. Hey, where are you going?
Out. I want to check on something.
You ain't going no place till you tell me where I find Connie.
Okay, Pete. Will you do me a favor first?
What?
Stand back there a little bit.
Why?
I want to take your picture. All you have to do, Pete, is watch the birdies. I owed you one. When you wake up, get a photo of your girl and meet me back here at 8. I was in serious trouble if Pete Monteith was telling a straight story. But there was no record of a Connie Sawyer at the usual sources of information. Costigan denied all knowledge of a Connie Sawyer. He even helped me search through the newspaper's morgue of photographs. I even tried a model agency, which was interesting, but no Connie. I checked several places around Midtown Manhattan without luck. But then I realized I might have been looking in the wrong places. Pete Monteith's girl probably came from a different district altogether. Why not start looking here, in that dark alley where Costigan and I had gone to meet Helen Sprague?
You a policeman?
No.
Then why did you come in the back way?
There was a girl that ran down that alley last night. This is the only door she could have come into.
All right, so I had a customer. This thing. I can't raise nothing.
Well, maybe the phone's dead.
Everything around here dies at the same time.
I'm looking for a girl named Connie Sawyer. I want to talk to her.
In that booth. She ain't talking, though. I was hoping you was a policeman. Phone's dead, too.
You mind telling me what happened here?
Connie came in with a guy. They took that booth. The guy must have left when my back was turned.
What kind of guy?
A customer, that's all. I never look at him. I just wait on him. A man, a guy. How do I know? Maybe if they buy a drink, I take a look. But not at the stiffs that just buy coffee.
Well, I think you better get to a phone that works and call the police. Tell them a girl has been strangled here.
What'll I tell them about you?
Well, if you talk to a guy called Hatton, you tell him I took off for South America.
Dorn, listen and listen good. The plans are all changed. I've got to get out of town. And I want the money now, fast, all of it.
Now, don't get excited. I got the money out of the bank, but how can I bring it to you? The police are watching me.
Well, I don't care how you shake the police, but shake them.
What if I can't?
Listen, buddy boy, you're not the only singer in the world. If I have to, I can sing beautifully.
Okay, I'll get it to you somehow. But where?
Bring it to Mike Kovac's apartment. 227 West Waverly Place. Now, have you got a gun?
Yes, I happen to have one, but why?
Suddenly, Mike Kovac's in the way. That's why I want the money and the gun in a hurry.
All right, I'll bring them.
Did you get it, Pete?
Here. It's the only one over I got. That was when her hair was yellow. Where was you?
Well, I was looking...
Did you find Connie?
Pete, I think you better give me a minute. I don't know what I found yet, okay?
Hey, what you doing?
I retouched John. Just going to change the makeup and the hair a little bit.
Gee, you're making her look better. You're giving my babe class, Mike. Now, that's real class. I always did like her when her hair was black. Blacker than a dark alley on Skid Road. Man, you're sure making my girl beautiful. It's her. I mean, it ain't her. I'm all mixed up. Maybe my girl is somebody else. Or maybe you hit me one too hard.
Hatton, this is Mike Kovac. This time you listen. You know, you were right. It was a big hoax. Somebody found a girl who looked enough like Helen Sprague with makeup and a different hair job. Yeah, I can prove it. Then they had me take the photo of her. Yeah, Helen Sprague is probably dead now. So is the other girl. She was strangled. Well, the dead girl is... Well, you'll find her at Tony's spot. It's on Delgado Street. Yeah. Her name is Connie Sawyer. Pete, I'm so sorry. I had to hit you too hard this time.
Somebody killed my girl, Mike?
Yeah, I'm real sorry, Pete.
Mike, who did it?
I don't know.
Then why?
Pete, I wish I knew that, too. Bribery, money the wrong way, Pete, the dirty way.
How could anybody hurt Connie for a couple of lousy bucks? Mike, they accused me of taking a dive the other day. But what's taking a dive compared to killing a girl for money? Yeah, I took that dive. But, Mike, I didn't hurt nobody.
Here, Pete, drink this. Come on, drink it. away, Pete. All of it.
Guess I'd better go and think about all this.
Costigan, why didn't you knock?
You didn't give me time. It was Pete Monteith, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's an old friend of mine.
Did you find that girl we were looking for?
Yeah? Take a good long look at that photo.
Well, they look the same, but this has been retouched.
You're wrong, Costigan. I just changed the makeup of the girl. Connie Sawyer looked enough like Helen Sprague, so all I had to do was change her makeup and her hairdo.
So what?
So I think you tried to palm Connie Sawyer off on me as Helen Sprague, that's what.
Palm Connie? I did not. Why would I?
I don't know why, but I think you would.
Oh, I would, Mike. If I had a reason, a motive. Motive, that's the important thing.
This being a freelance reporter is pretty tough, isn't it, Costigan? I know. It's maybe just as tough as being a freelance photographer. Only one difference. I do it by choice. But I think that you're forced into it. There's no steady income. If you want to make a buck, you have to go out and sweat for it. You take a coffee break, it costs you time. Nobody else, just you.
I don't understand what you're getting at.
If you want to eat, you have to keep your nose to the grindstone and plug away all the time. I know how tough it is. You either work or you starve. I've done both, Costigan, I know.
Does this have something to do with motive?
Maybe the motive of a man who's a coward. The kind of a man who lies a lot. A man who can't hold down a steady job. The kind of a man who can't make it freelancing. In other words, Costigan, a man who's got the motive for making money the easy way.
What easy way?
Lots of easy ways. The ways of a coward. Kind of a coward who goes out and strangles a girl. Some poor, unfortunate girl from Delgado Street. And that's you.
I'm not sure what you're driving at, Kovac, but I'm getting fed up. Come in, Dawn.
Dawn?
What took you so long?
I had to change cabs 3 times to Shaker. Is it all right to talk in front of him?
That depends on what you brought.
So you two were buddies. Which one of you arranged this hoax?
Costigan, how did he find
Shut up, Dawn. What did you bring?
The money.
And what else?
You might as well know. You're not going to be around much longer anyway. Costigan was interviewing me at the jail. He asked me how much it'd be worth to get out from under a murder charge.
What did you offer him?
Money.
Kovac seems to know everything.
Mr. Kovac is a smart man.
Did you kill Helen Sprague?
Tell him, Howard, you've got the gun.
Yeah, I had to. She was bleeding me white with blackmail.
Who killed Connie Sawyer?
Over here. That's my job, Mike. I work for Dorn. You were so right. I don't like it freelance.
And you're just about man enough to pull that trigger, huh?
Exactly man enough.
Why don't you use your hands like you used them on that girl?
This'll do.
You could have helped me.
Well, I never wrestled doubles, Mike. Never wrestled more than man to man. Wouldn't know what to do in the ring with a partner.
Oh, Pete. These just aren't partners, they're murderers.
Well, they tell us we'll get suspended if we ever hit anybody outside the ring.
Operator, get me the police department, will you? Pete, if you didn't want to help me, why did you come back?
Well, I came back to see if you'd let me have back that picture of my girl. The one you fixed up all pretty. You made her hair soft and black, the way it used to be when I first seen her.
Police? Mike Kovac.
Hey, post no bills, buddy.
Well,
oh, the Red Cross, that's different.
Yeah, you joined up yet, like me?
Man with a Camera. Starring Charles Bronson.
Edwards Air Force Base, where the United States Air Force tests its hottest aircraft, the jet-powered X-planes. And I'm Mike Kovac, freelance still photographer, here in the middle of the California desert for a photo layout on their hottest pilot, the man in that plane right there. Major. Major Dixon?
Yes.
I'm Mike Kovac.
Oh, yes, they told me you were coming. A picture layout on a test pilot, huh?
That's right. In fact, I've already started. Got the most exciting shots first.
Oh, I think you'll find the most exciting part is up there, when they release the ship from the B-50. I'm going up again in a couple of days, and you're cleared to go with me. In the mother plane, that is.
Oh, you had me worried for a minute.
What can I do to help in the meantime?
Nothing. Just let me tag along for the next couple of days.
Sure.
You know, frankly, I'm more interested in photographing the man than the equipment. You're a special sort of a guy, Major.
The only thing special about me is my fiancée. You'll have to meet her.
I'd like to. Maybe I can buy my way into one of your dinner dates, photograph the two of you together. You know, tomorrow or the next day.
Fine. Have to be a late afternoon dinner, though. My day starts at 4 a.m.
I'd like you to leave the setup for a while. I want to get a couple more shots during dessert.
With my screwy hours, we always have to eat before the crowds, Mike.
What price fame, Major?
Is that all?
Well, I want to get a couple shots during dessert.
When does the photographer eat?
With her help. Oh, I'm not really hungry. Besides, I want to get you back to the base and tucked in bed first.
You better hit the sack yourself. You gotta make that flight with me in the morning. I have to be up by 4.
Oh, I'll be there.
Let's meet at the officers' club for coffee and then go on down operations. It's all right. Sit down, Liz. Liz.
I don't want you to fly, Sandy. Let him take pictures of somebody else.
The pictures are only incidental. It's a scheduled test flight.
I don't want you to go up, and you know why. Please. Please, Sandy.
It's my job, honey.
I don't want your job. I want you.
The job is part of me.
Attention, all flight personnel assembled by the B-50.
Well, you see, way up there, there's hardly any atmosphere. The aircraft doesn't handle in the ordinary sense. Thrust and direction come from the rockets.
Today we're going to try a slightly different fuel composition.
You gonna try for a new altitude record?
Well, that's not the purpose, but if it happens, it happens. This plane's already been in excess of 120,000 feet, but I still think it's got a little more in it. What do you say, Mike? They say it's going to be 110 this afternoon. We'll go for a swim, huh?
Sure, darling.
Would you like me to fix it up for your operations? You can see them track me and listen to me talk to chase planes.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think I'll stay right here.
All right. I'll see you later.
Okay? Yeah, that's fine. Go on with your story.
You see, with only 5 minutes of fuel, it'd be impossible to test the capabilities of this ship if we had to take off from the ground. So they've adapted a B-50 as a mother plane. Now, this model's too big, but they'd tie on like so. Then I get a ride up to 30,000 feet.
Then you're on your own, huh?
Well, except for 3 chase planes, radio communications, telemetering, and space positioning. Outside of that, nothing.
Except Liz?
Mike, I guess you think I was pretty rough on her, making her come out here. I want you to know that this is for her benefit, not mine. Now, we love each other, sure, and I want to marry her. But I love this, too. I want to get her fears settled now, before we're married. I've seen too many flyers put it off. Well, let's go, huh? I bet you thought these went out with the Model T, huh? Oh, no, Mike, come on.
Well, it's part of the story.
Joe?
Yeah, 1 minute, Major.
You know, Liz seemed a little bit worried when we left her.
Well, she's got her problems, too. She's had bad luck with the men in her life. Oh, she's never been married. It's her brother and her father. See, her brother was 18 and wanted to leave school and enlist in the Marines. Well, she advised him to go ahead. He fell off a truck during training and was killed.
I'm beginning to see.
And then her father on top of it. She was up at college and got into some little difficulty. Stayed out too late on a date or something. Anyway, she sends her father an SOS and he comes racing up there and turns his car over on the road.
So she figures her love is a curse, huh?
It's become an obsession.
You all set, Major?
Oh, yeah, Joe. Mike, this is Joe Garr, our personal equipment man.
I met Joe yesterday. How are you, Joe?
This is the first tailor-made suit I've ever had, Mike.
Yeah, it's got to be fitted to a 1/4-inch tolerance all around.
Else I don't stay in one piece up there. I have to be nice to this guy, Mike. If he doesn't like you, wow.
Mechanics have been working for hours, getting the X-2 slung into place beneath the giant B-50. Getting the X-ship fueled with liquid oxygen and alcohol. Major Dixon even had to prepare his lungs for this flight. It is called pre-breathing. For an hour, he had to put oxygen into his system and force nitrogen out.
You okay, Major?
Roger.
Then finally, the countdown of a long checklist was done, and the crew and I climbed aboard. But Sandy's girl waited on the ground and watched.
Southwest 7th, clear for takeoff.
Item 14, check. Front panel camera on.
Ready for cockpit, Pete.
Okay, Dad. Oxygen pressure normal. System switch on. Pressure demand regulator on.
Check. Emergency temperature off.
Off, check.
At 30,000 feet, Sandy went to his X-ship, hanging in the converted Bombay, and got into the cramped pilot's compartment. Shooting my pictures from the Bombay door, I was just above Sandy and would be directly over his line of flight when he was released from the mothership. They lowered the plastic canopy over Sandy.
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, copy line.
And away he went. Trouble was brewing. I was too inexperienced to realize it, but the men in the plane and the trackers on the ground knew that something had gone wrong.
Captain Shaler wants to talk to you.
It looks like Sandy's down someplace. We lost radio contact with him 94 seconds after release. The third chase plane didn't see him at the rendezvous. They're still trying to raise him. Both space positioning and telemeter lost him, too.
What about radar?
Space positioning is radar plus. They saw he was way off flight plan. He was in almost a vertical dive when they lost him.
What chance has he got?
He had only 5 minutes of fuel.
No, I mean to get out.
If he ejected the capsule, one of the chase planes would have spotted the chute. Surely space positioning would have tracked it.
We'll try air operations. Yeah, I'll wait. Yeah? Well, what about the choppers? All of them? Yeah. Well, let me know the minute you hear something. Good.
Is there any word yet?
We've got the whole rescue service out. He might have landed on a dry lake.
How much chance is there of that?
It's a chance.
There's girls on the base, too.
I know.
Who tells her? The Air Force?
Well, it's difficult. She's not next of kin, Mr. Kovac.
Somebody's got to tell her. Me?
You know her.
All right. I guess she's still at the Officers Club.
I'll get a staff car to have him take you over.
Dead, isn't he?
Liz, he's down someplace, lost.
He's dead.
You know, they have the rescue service out. Oh, I'm so sorry, Liz.
So am I.
Liz.
I'm all right, Mike. I'm not gonna cry. I cried last night, all night. And I cried after he went up. It's getting so I can do my crying in advance.
Well, come on, I'll drive you home.
Thank you very much, Mike. You've been very kind.
I just can't leave you. Would you like me to do something for you?
No, nothing.
Maybe you want me to get somebody over for you, huh? Somebody you'd like me to call?
Oh, no. There's no one to call.
Well, are you sure?
I don't have anyone anymore. No one to call, no one to call me. You know, he always knew how worried I was when he was flying. So when he landed, no matter what time or where he was, he'd call. But he won't call anymore. Will he?
Liz, Sandy told me about you and your family. Well, you mustn't think that this is all your fault. You're not to blame.
Mike, if it happened once, it could have been an accident. Twice a coincidence, but 3 times. It's me. It's me. Now, I'd like to be alone. I want you to go, Mike.
Well, I just can't leave you alone.
All right. If you really think I need somebody, my neighbor is Mrs. Burns. She's down the hall, apartment 602.
Mrs. Burns?
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
All right, I'll let him know. Mrs. Burns?
Yes.
My name is Mike Kovac. I just drove Miss Howell home from the Edwards Air Force Base. Her fiancé was in an aircraft accident this morning.
The Major? Was he killed?
Liz? Liz?
What's happened?
Liz, open up. I'm afraid of what she might do. Does the manager have a pass key?
I don't know.
Please, Liz. Is there another door?
No. You can look in through our apartment. It's right across the way.
Liz. Unlock the door, Liz. Liz! Please, Liz, it's not your fault. You had nothing to do with it. Do you understand me, Liz?
Shall I call the police?
Not yet. Liz, you've got to think this over. It's not your fault. Now, please, close the windows. That's it. Now the other one. Close it.
Wait, Liz!
How do you know he's dead?
I know. I killed him.
No, he's not, Liz. Believe me.
You stay. Stay where you are, Mike. You don't come near me or I jump.
Liz, make sure. How do you know?
I just know. I knew before he went up.
You just thought you knew it.
I killed my father. I killed my brother, and now Sandy. I don't want to take any more lives.
Well, listen. Give it 24 hours. A day. Find out.
Hey, what is this? Tenants calling up, people hanging out of windows.
Stay in there.
Listen, the manager's away and I'm responsible.
You stay in there.
I've got to stop causing trouble. I've got to stop causing trouble.
No, you're not, Liz. Liz, baby, he's alive. Don't you want to know? He needs you.
Listen, I'm responsible here. I gotta call the cops. Where's the phone?
Don't you do that. She might try to jump.
What do you think she's gonna do anyway?
Don't call.
I guess somebody beat me to it.
Listen, you go stand by her door. Don't let them break it down, you hear? Go.
I just cause more and more trouble.
Oh, no, Liz, there's just a fire someplace.
No, there's no fire. It's me. It's me, and I don't want to cause any more trouble, Mike.
Mrs. Burns? Where's your phone?
In the bedroom.
You know her number? Well, look it up. Or ask information. But call her and let the phone ring. Let it keep ringing. Liz, listen.
It's for me, Mike. There's no fire. It's me. It's just me.
Give it a day. Just 24 hours. Maybe there's a chance.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Liz, listen to me, please.
I'm very, very sorry. It couldn't be. It couldn't.
Who else could it be?
I know he's dead.
Well, who would call? Nobody would call. You told me that. It's easy to find out. Liz, wait. It's not Sandy.
Give it to me. Please, please.
Liz, are you there?
Sandy, are you all right?
Oh, the electrical system failed. I didn't have any radio, so I went way off course.
Oh. Oh, Sandy. I was so scared. Darling, you're not hurt?
No, I set it down on a dry lake and waited for the helicopters to find me. Honey, I hope you didn't have too rough a time.
Well, I did, but Sandy, I'm all right now. Nothing's ever gonna bother me again. It is. It's all right now.
I can't get this number. It's been busy since I tried.
I really am. Just come home. Come home.
Hello? Yeah, this is Mike Kovac. Where? Lisbon. Oh, yeah. Terry? Why, you clown.
Look, I'm sorry, Mike. I had to talk to you. Look, I'm gonna airmail you some negatives. There's a lot riding on them for me. They're dynamite, Mike, so don't take any chances after you get them. Protect yourself, old buddy.
Terry? Hello? Hello, Terry. Terry, what happened? Terry, you still on? Terry? Operator, this is Mike Kovac. Call Mr. Ross back. Now, if you can't get an answer, connect me with the Lisbon police. That's what I said, the Lisbon police.
With a Camera, starring Charles Bronson.
It took me 24 hours to get over to Portugal after the Lisbon police called me back. Terry Ross was dead.
Mike Kovac of New York, isn't it? And my apologies for not meeting you at the airport. The paper said you were coming directly to police headquarters. Permit me. Al Alvieja. I'm professional guide and your servant.
Well, thanks, but I usually look after myself.
There are many doors in Lisbon. Al Alvieja can open them all.
Well, you're blocking this one.
My apologies, senor.
We are very sorry, senor, about the death of your friend. It's a long ways to come for a man's funeral.
I didn't come here for any funeral. I came here to finish a job.
A job? I do not understand, senor.
A job that Terry Ross was working on when he was killed. Now, I don't know what it was, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to take the pictures he would have taken, and I'm going to have them published for him.
Aren't you assuming a great deal, senor? Your friend's death may have been a crime of passion.
No, Lieutenant. Terry phoned me in New York. Said he was sending me some negatives. He said that they were dynamite. I think he was killed because of them.
These negatives, did you receive them?
No. I left New York before they could get there. But I asked my father to check my mail for me, and I'm supposed to call him at 9 o'clock tonight.
Senor Kovac, how well did you know your friend?
How well did I know Terry Ross? We were buddies in the war together. We were combat photographers. We carried cameras instead of rifles all the way from Omaha Beach to Berlin. Yeah, I guess I knew Terry Ross about as well as one man can know another.
Then I suggest that you leave Lisbon on the next plane.
Leave Lisbon? Why?
Because it would be better for you, senor.
I don't know what you mean, but I'm not leaving. Oh, don't worry, I won't get in your way.
That is not what worries us, senor. All right, we have asked. You have refused. Then let us talk about this job that Senor Ross was working on and that you intend to finish.
You know what it was?
Yes, we know all about it. The facts are this, senor. For some time now, this city has been the headquarters for a very large and efficiently operated espionage machine, specializing in industrial secrets.
Espionage? I knew Terry was onto something big.
But gathering such espionage information is one thing. Disseminating it to waiting buyers throughout the world is another. So a very simple, yet very clever plan was hit upon. A courier that no one would suspect. In short, a working press photographer.
Now, just you wait a minute. If you're trying to tell me that Terry Ross was that press photographer, you've never been more wrong in your life.
You're entitled to your opinion as we're entitled to ours.
If you knew this about him, then why didn't you blow the whistle on him and stop him?
Because we're after bigger game.
And so am I after bigger game. Let me explain something to you gentlemen. To tell a story with a camera, you sometimes have to stick your neck out. Now, it's happened to me and every other guy in the business. If you're lucky, you come out with your skin and your pictures and you're a hero for one issue of a magazine. But if you're like Terry Ross, a bullet stops you in your pictures and you're a dirty word. I can't let that happen to him. I'm going to prove that you gentlemen are wrong.
I hope you can, senor, for your sake. And I wish you luck. Any help or information I can place at your disposal?
Well, sure. I'd like to go through Terry's rooms at the hotel.
All right, I will get you a key.
Senor Kovac, we meet again.
Big coincidence. I didn't know the Lisbon police allowed loitering around in their buildings.
Well, I'm a very special case. You see, I have connections. It's my stock and trade. Now, when I read in the newspaper that Mike Kovac was coming to confer with Commissioner Castillo, I said to myself, whatever happens to Senor Kovac, it won't be dog.
You're standing in my way again.
Senor Kovac. I knew your friend, Terry Ross.
You should have come up with that answer first. Come on, get in. Boy, this is sure some setup. I never saw a hotel do anything like this for a tenant.
Your friend was more than a tenant. He spent a great deal of his time here. Matter of fact, I think most of his furniture was his.
Well, you seem to have known Terry Ross pretty well. Suppose you prove it.
Terry Ross is dead. How?
That's your problem. You set yourself up as an expert on Terry Ross. All I'm asking for is a little proof before we go any further.
Goodbye, senor.
I guess you did know Terry Ross pretty well. You know, I was a sucker for that trick every time.
He taught me judo. He also told me about his friend Mike Kovac. I could never see that one coming.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I guess you'll do, Al. Suppose we take a look around, huh?
you and what are you doing here?
I'm Renee Ross.
Renee Ross? Terry's wife? I didn't know he was married.
How well did you know your friend, senor?
I was packing some of Terry's things when I heard the noise and I got frightened.
Oh, it was Mr. Alviel and myself getting better acquainted. I'm Mike Kovac. I'm sorry I roughed you up.
I would know you from your picture and from what Terry used to tell me about you.
You know, it's funny. He never told me anything about you. Unless he was holding you out for a big surprise. He'd do that. Yeah, that sounds like him. When did you get married?
9 days ago. We had a week together and then he had to come down here.
You didn't come down with him?
No, I had to stay in Paris a few days. My contract with Dior. You see, I'm a model and there was the fall showing and it was necessary to find a replacement. Oh, but we spoke to each other every day on the telephone. Mike, why was my husband murdered?
I don't know. I sure wish I knew the answer, Renee.
Was he doing anything bad?
Why do you ask that?
Well, the police, they picked me up with a plane and all morning long they questioned me about Terry.
Oh, I suppose that's just routine.
Routine? The questions, Mike, were not routine. They made me feel as if I was a wife of a criminal. I knew Terry such a short time, but...
Oh, now, you forget about the police. I spoke to Terry on the telephone. He said he was going to send me some negatives. I'm calling my father in New York tonight about 9 o'clock and find out about them. And I'm sure they'll explain what this is all about. Meanwhile, I'd like to dig up all the facts I can on Terry's activities. I want to see anyone that Terry knew. Can you take me around to his hangouts?
If you don't mind slumming. Terry Ross was a man of unusual tastes.
In a quick succession of nightclubs, Al proved that Terry Ross was a great one with the ladies. And that wasn't what I wanted.
Lili once owned the biggest casino in Lisbon.
And you said you could open any door in Lisbon. If that's the best you can do, you're a fake.
There's one man in Lisbon who will know anything about this.
Well, then that's the man. Can you set it up?
It's a hard nut to crack.
You work on it. It took Al an hour to arrange a meeting in a villa on the outskirts of town. This was the big man of underworld Lisbon, unknown to anyone by name or appearance. But he admitted knowing Terry Ross very well.
Senor Ross was working for us on a very confidential level.
Well, you're the people that peddle all the top-secret information that you can steal to the highest bidder.
Did Senor Ross tell you that?
It doesn't matter who told me. It's a fact, isn't it? Did somebody in your happy little group tumble onto the idea that Terry was playing you for suckers? He was going to expose the whole operation with pictures when he was ready. That was why he was murdered.
I am moved by your logic and your loyalty to your friend, Senor. Senor Ross had been with us for some time. He was bought and paid for.
You're lying. Come on, Al.
Stop him.
The next time, you curb your enthusiasm for the realistic, my friend.
I apologize for Enrique, Senor.
Get him out of here.
What are you going to do with Kovac?
The plan hasn't changed. Within the next hour, I'll know whether the missing negatives arrived in New York. Now, if they did, Kovac must be killed. If they didn't, then I'll convince my heroic friend that his cause is hopeless and he belongs in a plane bound for New York. Once Kovac is out of the way, the Ross investigation dies for lack of evidence.
But you cannot buy the police, Senor.
The police can't buy a suspect. Problem solved.
How'd I get back here?
I brought you. After I convinced those people that you were just an impulsive youth that didn't belong at the bottom of the Tagus River.
Well, thanks.
It'll be on my bill. I convinced the gentleman that you'd be much less troublesome in the future if you documented statements. He gave me these photostats of bank account signature cards that Terry Ross signed. Now, the bank accounts will be easy to verify.
What's that proof? Anybody can open up a bank account, use any name they want.
Who would go to the trouble of opening up bank accounts in Geneva, Naples, Madrid, just to prove a point to Mike Kovac?
They could be forgeries.
Your blind devotion to this man is a beautiful thing to see. That must be a New York call. I took the liberty of placing it for you. I knew how important it was. Hello? Yes. Yes, he's here.
Hello? Is that you, Pop?
Mike, such a wonderful thing. I can hear you as if you were in the same room.
Yeah, well, listen, Pop. Did you check my mail?
Yes? I have it right here.
Well, is there any of them with a European postmark on it? Lisbon, maybe?
Nothing, Mike. A few bills.
You sure, Pop?
That's all.
All right, now look. If anything like that shows up, I want you to wire me at the Lisboa Hotel. Lisboa Hotel.
Yes. And, Mike, take care of yourself.
Yeah, all right. Goodbye, Pop.
Nothing?
No, nothing. The negatives must still be here.
If I could prove to you that Terry Ross was actually working for this organization, it would be quite obvious what happened to the missing negatives. His murderer took them after Terry Ross tried to use them as blackmail.
I doubt that very much.
Will you step into the other room with me, please? See, I took the liberty of asking Senora Ross to go through her husband's personal papers. Now, we might find a copy of his signature, and we can compare it to the one on the photostats.
I'm afraid I hadn't had any luck so far. These are little reminder notes Terry wrote to himself, but none of them are signed.
Well, maybe he stored some papers or canceled checks or something in the bedroom. You mind looking in there?
I've been looking through these books. Sometimes a man will write his name on the front page of a book he favors and wants to keep.
Here's one. Let me see those photostats. Well, I can't believe it.
You've got to.
But not Terry Ross.
Now, it's often true that we have a blind spot for those we love. Now, you built a picture of Terry Ross that wasn't entirely true.
Guess you're right, Al. About time I stopped kidding myself. But it's funny. Terry Ross, a guy who could do no wrong in my book.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't find him. What's the matter?
I'll try to explain. Al, would you do me a favor? Go down to the desk and see if they can get me a ticket on the next plane to New York. And while you're at it, you might as well figure out what I owe you.
I've got a special bargain rate all this month.
You better sit down, Renee. I don't know how to tell you this. I can hardly believe it myself yet. I flew to Lisbon to photograph a kind of eulogy of a friend. I'm going home with an expose of a total stranger. Same guy, Terry Ross.
I don't understand.
Well, you'll learn it from somebody else. I might as well tell you. The police were right about Terry.
No.
No. I've been telling myself that all night. I can't anymore. There's just one question.
What do I do about it? Do I break the story and try to salvage what little honor I can for the other photographers who could be tarred by this brush?
Terry said you were his friend. His best friend.
Well, he forgot that before I did.
Mike. You do the story, Mike. The way Terry would expect you to. I love him. No one can change that, even Terry. What is it?
It's a wire. Leads right from this bookcase. There's a button on here. A letter addressed to me and a hidden camera. Looks like I was quitting on Terry too soon. This is what we call a remote camera arrangement. You know what it is?
No.
Well, if you want to take a picture of somebody without them knowing it, that they're cagey and suspicious and expect a hidden camera, well, you take a camera and hide it in a fairly obvious place. Like the bookcase right over there. But then you have this remote, this little baby right here, hidden away in a safer place.
You mean Terry knew someone was coming here to kill him?
No. My hunch is he had the hidden camera set up to take these negatives that he was sending to me. The ones the killer came to get. You know, there's a chance that Terry got this guy's picture. You give me a few minutes in Terry's darkroom and we'll soon find out. Come on in.
It's a plane reservation, senor. You have to hurry. You just have enough time to get to the airport.
Well, then you better cancel it.
As I came in, Senora Ross told me about your discovery of the hidden camera and the missing negatives. It's fascinating, the possibilities. But is it worth missing your plane to prove the obvious?
What's that?
That your friend was shot. A dead man can't take a photograph.
Well, he got a photograph, all right. It's in this last negative. We close the door and turn out the light. We'll soon know the answer.
Very interesting. Make a print. Excellent likeness. Unfortunately.
So you killed Terry Ross? Why?
He betrayed me. I trusted him all the time he was working against me.
Now, wait a minute. Does what you're saying mean he wasn't a crook?
He was dishonest. He pretended to join my organization, and all the time his real motive was to expose me. That is dishonest.
And to think you almost convinced me that he belonged to your rotten organization.
And I wanted to disillusion you about your friend so you'd take your plane from Lisbon and forget about the entire matter. Now it's too late. Don't make any fast moves, senor. I might have to pull this trigger. Your friend's widow is in the next room. You'll be very careful. I'd hate to have to shoot her.
What was in the film?
It's a very interesting discovery, Senora. We're taking it to the police.
Does it change anything of what you told me?
Renee, you forget anything I ever told you.
Please, Senora, look, we must hurry now. The police, you understand.
Whatever happens, or whatever anybody ever tells you, always remember, Renee, that you were right.
You know, while you were in the darkroom, I sat here remembering how I met Terry, and I had decided to forget what you said.
Senora, please now, the police, you understand, we must
Shut up. There's not much more you can do but listen. Renee, you had more faith in Terry than I did, and I'm very glad of that.
We can't stand here all night. Let's go.
There's one trick Terry didn't teach you. I saw Terry do that same thing once. Listen, Renee. I'm going to be busy for about an hour here with the police, taking pictures, that sort of thing. If you want to go back and freshen up, I'll pick you up later for dinner, all right?
Thank you for everything.
Maybe we can drink a few toasts to our memories, huh?
Oh, Mike, on bended knees, stay one more day and cover this party for me.
Listen, Ellie, I came to Rome to cover the election. Now that that's finished, as soon as that plane is ready, I'm getting on it.
But the Rogers sisters are special, social meteors. And that party tomorrow's going to be very select. Just the elite. They've been away in Venice for a month. Oh, please, Mike.
Social functions are not my line, Ellie. Oh, for the love of... Betty! Betty, wait!
Hey, watch where you're going.
Sweetie, you know her?
Certainly.
Well, that's wonderful. That's Sharon Rogers.
Oh, it's not. That's... Who?
Sharon Rogers, the girl I was talking about. It's her party. I want you to cover for me tomorrow.
Sharon Rogers.
That's right. That's her uncle and her sister. I must say, you look as if you've seen a ghost.
I have.
Man with a Camera, starring Charles Bronson.
I airmailed the layout photos on the Italian election to New York for Pop to take care of. And I let myself be roped into photographing a garden party, just to see the girl again. Sharon Rogers, or whatever her name was. I don't mind girls popping up out of my past, but I don't like them changing their names and pretending they don't know me anymore.
Oh, there you are, Mike. Listen, sweetie, I'll need plenty of art on the Contessa. She's as old as Methuselah and ugly as sin, but... What are you looking at? Oh, Sharon. She is lovely, isn't she?
I'm telling you, Ellie, she's not Sharon Rogers.
Mike, she is. We went all through that yesterday. And don't tell me you know her. She hasn't even looked at you all afternoon.
Oh, I hope we do. I hope we do.
Hiya.
How do you do?
Look, it's me.
Yes.
Me, Mike Kovac.
Delighted.
What is this?
Really, Mr. Kovac, is it?
You know darn well it is.
You seem to feel you know me, Mr. Kovac.
Feel I know you.
I assure you, you're mistaken. We've never met before. Perhaps you're confusing me with my sister. Mona?
Oh, I'm sure if I'd ever met Mr. Kovac, I would have remembered him.
I'm very sorry. Excuse me?
Ellie, I'm telling you I know her, and that's not Sharon Rogers.
But, Mike, it is. You're confusing her with somebody else. For heaven's sake, boy, don't you read the papers? Those girls are the biggest news since that wedding at Monaco. That's the uncle over there by the pool. That's his secretary with him. Jonathan really tosses it away on those two nieces. Well, never mind, darling. There's the Contessa. Let's concentrate on her.
Not too many.
Oh, young man. I'm sorry, but I have a phobia about having my picture taken.
Oh, well, you shouldn't have. You're a good subject.
Oh, hardly. My nieces now, they make charming subjects. As for me, no, I prefer not. Oh, you won't mind giving me the film, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I beg pardon?
Well, Mr. Rogers, it's a phobia of mine never to give my film away.
That's a pity.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me.
Dear young man, I really must apologize to you. However did it happen?
Sorry, Mr. Rogers. It was an accident.
Are you all right?
Well, I could use a towel.
Of course, Barnes. Show him to my rooms. Oh, my goodness, your camera must be ruined. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Well, don't bother. I know how sorry you are, Mr. Rogers. I got those wet negatives right down to a darkroom where an American friend of mine worked in Rome. Well, that does it.
Want the lights?
Yeah. Clear as a bell, not a mark on it.
What's so special about it? And the way you busted in here yelling to use this stuff, I thought you had something real hot.
Well, because of this picture, I was pushed into a swimming pool this afternoon. Mr. Jonathan Rogers made the mistake of thinking that a quick dip would ruin the film.
Who's he, some big shot?
Well, at the moment, he's somebody who went to a lot of trouble not to have his picture taken. Tommy, I want you to do me a favor.
Be my guest.
Put this on a wire photo to New York at your office and mark it for Smitty in the morgue.
He won't be on till morning.
That's all right. Because if anybody has a memory for faces, it's Smitty. Ask him who this guy is, will you?
Excuse me.
Lab?
Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you. Transfer from the hotel.
Kovac.
Mike, this is Sharon Rogers.
Oh, I could have sworn it was Betty Donald, the girl I met on the transatlantic crossing about 5 years ago.
I'm sorry about that. But after what I did to you in London, I was too ashamed even to speak.
You didn't do anything to me in London. You just didn't show up.
I'd like to explain about that and about this afternoon. My uncle was furious when he found out I'd been rude to you.
Is that right?
Could we get together soon? Tomorrow, maybe, for lunch?
Oh, what time?
Shall we say about 2?
All right, let's say that at 2.
Goodbye. Please don't hurt him.
Don't underestimate me, my dear. I live by my wits. And may I point out that you live very well by them, too. Only be sure of this. Be very sure.
Of what?
We're almost at the end of our little charade. One might say that the final curtain is about to descend. And neither you nor your Mike Kovac will get in my way.
A date made for 5 years ago at the Savoy Hotel in London was finally kept in a garden near Rome.
My uncle, he says I have to apologize to you.
Well, that isn't necessary.
But I know you must wonder, even about why I didn't meet you in London.
Well, that's one of the things.
Don't you think I wanted to? I couldn't.
Why not?
What we had on the ship was so good. I didn't want to spoil it.
Betty, listen. Betty. Which one of your names is the real one?
Sharon Rogers. On the ship, I became someone else for a while.
You know, I waited for you all day at the Savoy. And all that night, too.
Don't.
All right.
Try to understand, Mike. I owe everything to Uncle Jonathan. Don't ask me to explain. I just couldn't meet you in London. What is it?
Il signore is wanted on the telephone.
I need to know. Would you have met me at the Savoy if you could?
Magnificent. Was I not right, Signor Rogers? Only the skin tones of your niece are for such pearls.
Are you pleased with your present, my dear?
Oh, Uncle, they're beautiful.
Oh, there's an extension in the hall in case your call is private, Mr. Kovac.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Tommy. I can hear you.
Message just came through from Smitty in New York. It's about that picture I put on the wire.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a photo coming through on the wire now. Smitty said along the caption, too. It shows this Jonathan Rogers, or whatever you call him, being hauled off to the pokey. The date line is Milwaukee, 4 years ago.
What's the charge?
Fraud. Apparently, he's quite a con artist. Want me to read the list?
No, not now, Tommy. But look, hold on to that print for me, will you? I'll pick it up later.
Okay, Mike. You take care of yourself. He seems to be a pretty smooth character.
Oh, yes, he is.
Oh, Mr. Kovac, have a look at this. I'm sure you must have an eye for beauty.
Yellow pearls from the Zulu archipelago. Perfectly matched. Signore, there is no other necklace such as this in the entire world.
Sharon, darling, aren't they simply breathtaking?
I think you're mean, Uncle. Mona gets everything.
You're a spoiled little thing. But when you have a birthday, we'll find something nice for you, too. My personal check will be all right?
But of course. Excuse me. All Rome knows the check of Signor Rogers is good as gold.
65,000 in American dollars, I believe you said?
65,000, Signore. That is correct.
Isn't Uncle an old darling, Mr. Kovac?
Yes, he is. $65,000. That's a lot of money. Even in Milwaukee.
Even where?
Milwaukee. It's a place I know very well. You know of Mr. Rogers?
No, I don't believe I do. Oh! I'm being most unbusinesslike. I think you'd agree, wouldn't you, Mr. Kovac?
Agree to what?
Even in Milwaukee, did you say?
Milwaukee.
Even there, a payment of this size ought to be authenticated. Pronto, Signore Martino. Jonathan Rogers. Certainly, Signore Bartolo will want to know that my check is good.
Ah, sure. That would not be necessary, Signore.
Oh, Signore Martino? Thank you. Would you be so kind, Mr. Kovac?
Mr. Rogers wants me to verify a check of his for 65,000 American dollars. Oh, I see. Thank you very much. The check is good.
Is it all right for me to come to the hotel?
Yeah, it's all right. Come on in. Why did you come here?
You asked me a question yesterday, and I haven't answered it.
Well?
"5 years ago, we made a promise to meet at the Savoy Hotel in London.
Yeah, I remember.
You asked me yesterday if I would have come if I could.
That's right.
The answer is yes, Mike.
Well, go on.
I've always known I'd have to marry someone with a lot of money.
Because Uncle Jonathan wants it that way?
He's devoted his whole life to us. We have to do what he wants, what he thinks is best for us.
Tell me more.
All right. So now you know.
Just in case you don't recognize the shot, that's dear old Uncle Jonathan being hauled off to jail in Milwaukee. On the back side is a list of his arrests and other names.
I know. Mike, what happened on the ship, that was for keeps. I knew it, and you knew it. That's why I couldn't meet you in London. Do you know what I was on that ship? I was a shill. I pulled suckers into a phony card game. I couldn't pull you into anything phony. Not you.
Sharon? Sharon, what's going on now?
I can't tell you.
Why don't you level with me? Now, that check your uncle wrote yesterday, it's good. I inquired again at the bank today, in case he made a phony call.
Mike, don't question me. Just stay out of it.
Well, I've got reasons for being in. I'm a photographer. I sell stories. And besides, I don't like getting pushed into swimming pools. Sharon. There's another reason. You know, 5 years ago, back there on that boat, I can't get over that.
Mike, listen to me. Jonathan won't let anything stop him now. He'd kill me, Mike, and you too. You've got to understand. Stay out of this, Mike, please.
Stay out of what? Tell me.
Mike, please. Just leave me alone.
Where have you been?
I'm sorry, Jonathan. I hurried as fast as I could.
I'm not interested in your apologies. I've told you repeatedly that timing is of the essence. Now then, are you quite ready?
Jonathan.
I said, are you ready? Do you know your lines?
Yes, Jonathan.
Well, then, come on.
Sharon was frightened of something that was going to happen in the salon of Signore Bartolo the jeweler. I decided to wait.
I told you before, Signor Rogers, another necklace of yellow pearls is almost impossible to find. Each pearl perfectly graduated, each the same glorious yellow. Such a necklace is unique.
You're wasting my time, Bartolo. I told you that I must have another just like it. Little Sharon here has given me no peace of mind at all since you delivered the pearls to Mona.
We've always had everything exactly alike, ever since we were little girls.
And you shall again, my dear. Now, sir, you promised to investigate some special sources?
I have, signore. I telephoned to Amsterdam last night. I said the need was dire. If there are yellow pearls anywhere, I said, I must have them. I replied this morning.
You found another necklace. Oh, Uncle Jonathan, how wonderful.
You understand, signore, this is a special source. The price will be very high. Much too high.
How much?
250,000 American dollars.
Sold.
But, signore, the price is so high.
Sold. Now, how soon can you get them?
Well, I can telephone, signore. The courier can take the plane to Rome within the hour.
Good. Tell your man to leave at once.
Sì. Pronto? Signor Bartolo chi parla? Amsterdam, sì, per piacere.
Buonasera, signore. Recall an old adage in our business, my dear. You cannot cheat an honest man. That fool's asking 25,000 more than he should.
May I go now, Jonathan?
Oh, don't be absurd.
They argued as they left, and I knew that Bartolo was the key figure in whatever they were planning.
We have met before, signore. I'm sure of it.
Why, that's some memory. It was yesterday at Jonathan Rogers' place.
Oh, yes, of course. Now, may I be of some service to you, signore?
Kovac. And yes, you may be of some service to me, but then again, I might be of some service to you.
I do not understand, signore.
Mr. Bartolo, you listen to me now. Rogers is a crook. You understand that? A con man, a swindler.
Signor Rogers? Ha, that is absurd.
All right. Here, take a look at this. This picture here was taken in Rome at the villa. That was taken 4 years ago in the States.
Signor Rogers was in prison?
Often, for fraud. Mr. Rogers is a professional swindler. Now, why were he and the girl here a while ago?
Cimpano.
At the airport? What about it?
I'm to be at the airport at 3. Signor, is that true? You are not mistaken?
Well, here, you can call the police and check if you want to. They must have a file on him.
Oh, no, not the police. Please, my reputation will be ruined.
Well, let's get out to the airport.
Signor Kovac, I do not see how Signor Rogers would cheat me. He has already paid me $65,000 for one set of pearls. And now he's anxious to buy another one at a much higher price.
Well, I don't know how he's going to cheat you, but he's going to cheat you all right. Believe me. Now, let's go.
The plane from Amsterdam is already in. The courier will be now in customs.
Bartolo, let me get this straight now. You're supposed to meet this courier and pay him 225,000 American dollars?
For the pearls? See, Signor Rogers himself approved the price. That is why you must be mistaken. He's waiting for them now at the villa.
How'd you get in touch with this guy in Amsterdam?
I have sources. They made it known I was seeking yellow pearls.
Now, look, Bartolo. You mean to tell me this character you've never seen before calls you on a phone and says he has some?
But yes, he's arriving with them now.
Well, how are you supposed to pick him out?
I'm to be waiting for him here. He will find me.
Now I'm beginning to get it. Bartolo, look at these pictures. See this guy in the background behind Rogers?
A guest at the party?
A guest my foot. His name is Barnes. He's Rogers' secretary. At least he was 2 days ago here in Rome.
So?
So look at the fellow. That's Barnes, the courier from Amsterdam. Now look, you act naturally and watch yourself.
Mr. Bartolo? See? I'm from Amsterdam. I don't have much time. I have to catch the next plane back.
Did you bring the pearls?
I have.
You have the money?
Si, signore, first I would like to examine the pearls.
They're genuine. I don't do business any other way. Are you satisfied?
Perfectly. Signor Kovac! Signor Kovac!
Pearls, aren't they? These are the same pearls, aren't they? You sold them back as own pearls.
Yeah. Let me up, will you?
Now, where are the others? Where are the others?
Gate 9.
The others are gate 9.
Facendo largo, per favore, facendo largo. Facendo largo, per favore.
Why, congratulations to you, Mr. Kovac. Well done, sir. Well done.
Where's Sharon?
Andiamo.
We were on the plane, ready to take off for Vienna.
Yes, I know.
I knew we weren't going. I knew it when I saw you at the party.
Why didn't you let me help you? You know, I will now if you let me. Sharon, why didn't you trust me?
It isn't trust, Mike. It's something else. The same reason I didn't meet you in London.
Why?
Because you're a very real person. I'm not.
I'm Mike Kovac, freelance photographer. I got permission to ride around one night in a police squad car because trouble often breaks out during one of these big city heat waves.
Okay, you guys, come on, let's break it up. Come on, let's break it up. Come on. Get out of here.
Believe me, Mike, this is going to be one of those nights.
What?
Who knows? When it gets hot, people seem to lose their heads.
Well, there's got to be a reason.
The heat's all they need.
It's an explosion you're after. You sure picked the right neighborhood.
Well, then I guess I'll walk around and see who's going to light the fuse.
Good luck, Mike.
Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
I'll see you. Hate brings trouble. Well, I don't look for trouble. I've got enough of my own. But I do look for emotion. Emotion that puts tension on a face and makes it unforgettable.
I saw you. You didn't say anything because there wasn't anything to see. What do you mean, nothing? Oh, yeah, I saw you. You out of your mind. You're ridiculous.
Vanilla, huh?
I like the name. It's kind of a meaning for me. I got a grudge. Hey, mister, my friend, to talk to you. Hey, you a reporter?
Nah, photographer.
Yeah? Hey, you want to take my picture?
I don't photograph celebrities.
Hey, he's no celebrity, mister. This is a movie star.
Yeah.
Look at her face, huh?
Yeah,
Look at that, huh?
yeah.
Huh? You recognize that?
Hey, what are you looking for?
Nothing, just waiting for something to happen.
Then you're on the wrong block, 'cause nothing ever happens here.
And if anything ever happened here, mister, she'd know it. Let me tell you that.
All right,
She'd
all
know
right.
it. Hey, hey, what's that?
What happened?
What did you see? Who it was? Did you get a look at him?
It was a man. A man.
A man? What man?
Man with a Camera. Starring Charles Bronson.
Get off of that car. Come on, hurry it up. Get off of there. Okay, folks, I'm only going to say it one more time. The show's over. Go home.
Can you tell me, was he big or small, or fat or skinny?
Oh, I didn't see him. It was dark, he grabbed me, and I screamed. And that's it. Honest.
Probably went through the alley. Could be in Jersey by now.
Are you sure you don't need a doctor?
All I want to do is get home before my pa finds out. Please.
Well, if we pick anybody up, we'll let you know. You, see something funny?
Riley, there's a joke in here someplace. When I find it, I'm gonna really start laughing.
Each got him.
Not me. Her. She wasn't in that alley with a man, it was a woman. They're probably fighting over some guy.
Hey, let's break it up here. Let her alone.
You all right?
I'm all right, Pa.
What happened?
Pa?
I asked you what happened.
Pa, they're looking at me and my dress is torn.
All right, what are you all gawking at? That's what I want to know.
We got a right to be here. It's a public street.
Who asked you, Mrs. Know-it-all?
Ah, going back where you came from. Go on.
You know something, Joe? I think she would have been better off if she stayed with the guy in the alley.
You mean Phil Pike would have been better off?
Yeah. Yeah.
Phil Pike, huh? Well, what do you know? It's about time if somebody asks me.
Oh, yeah, and even if they didn't ask you, you'd tell them.
Yeah.
There was no man in that alley with her, but there was another woman.
Carmen, I'm your brother, and I got a right to know.
Doc, I
You know, for a smart-looking guy, that's a pretty dumb thing for you to say.
Yeah. Maybe it sounds dumb, but it was another woman.
I want to know who did it.
A man.
Look, Carmen, I'm your brother, and I got a right to know.
But dark, I couldn't see.
You're lying and you know it.
Oh, look, Pa, it was bad enough. Now let me alone, huh? I said I don't know.
Supposing I say you do know, and so do I.
How can you know if I don't?
It was Phil Pike, wasn't it? Huh? Wasn't it? Huh? Yeah, it was Phil Pike.
We have to go into that again.
Look, all you got to do is say it wasn't Phil Pike, just say it wasn't him.
I said I don't know, and that ought to be enough.
Well, it ain't. I've got a good memory. I should have torn him apart that time on the roof. This wouldn't have happened.
Nobody can talk to you. Nobody.
Look, all you've got to...
Let go of me.
What are we going to do, Pop? What?
I don't know. We'll do something.
You got ears. You heard Carmen say it was a man.
All I know is what I saw.
You better get glasses, picture taker.
What I can't understand is why this Phil Pike? Why him and not you or you?
Hey, if you knew him, you wouldn't ask such a dumb question. Hey, Joey, will you tell him? Tell him.
Yeah, because he's a troublemaker and a wise guy, and everybody hates him.
There are a lot of guys like that.
But you don't accuse him of grabbing a girl in an alley.
Now, look, we ain't accusing anybody. She is. All we're saying is it figures. Right, Manny?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, what'd you do there? You took his picture? Hey, did you you said you didn't want his picture.
I didn't until I got a good look at him.
Hey, it's pretty good.
Alone, Pop. Let me have just 5 minutes alone with him, huh?
Once and for all, he's gonna learn.
Maybe the action would go.
Hey, Phil Pike's apartment's over there.
What are they going that way for?
Oh, big, brave man. They gotta talk first. They gotta jump up and down like wild Indians.
Well, that's good. Maybe they'll talk themselves out.
Well, maybe, but if they don't, Phil better start running. And you know something else? He deserves everything he gets and then some. Oh, boy, the things I could tell you. Hey, you know last week you went out with that...
Fill me in later, will you? Fill me in later?
Yeah, but listen, I want to tell you...
And I'll tell you something else. I bet you 10 to 1 he gets away with this just like he got away with everything else, too.
Jake? Yeah? Jake. You got a kid. How'd you like to have something like this happen to her?
Well, she's living in Jersey with her mother.
That ain't what I asked you.
Look, I ain't denying he's no good. I ain't forgetting the squeeze he put on me. Hey, you guys, you remember?
What? Remember what?
How much the plate windows cost, he asked me. Yeah, like I don't know the rat's gonna throw a rock through if I don't pay up.
Oh, well, he's a real think. Are you kidding? That bum owes me from 2 World Series ago.
Sure. A guy like that in the neighborhood's well, it's like a sickness.
Yeah, like a real mad dog.
Well, I got plenty to pay him back for. Just stuff that me and him knows about. What's he doing here?
He's taking pictures.
You go take him someplace else. I told you to get lost.
Well, maybe you didn't tell me loud enough.
Well, maybe you can hear this, wise guy.
You better not miss the first time.
Hey. This is none of your business.
Taking pictures is my business. You know, Bert, you've been doing a lot of screaming. You scream at your kids, you scream at this hot-headed bunch here. You've been screaming so loud you wouldn't know the truth if it knocked you over. Well, the truth is your daughter was in the alley with a woman. It wasn't a man, it was a woman.
My sister said it was a man that jumped her.
Well, she was wrong.
You're lying about my sister.
Don't you come any closer. There's one more step and I'll throw this right through your head.
Come in.
I thought you were the boy with the beer. Don't tell me. You're the photographer.
Well, that's pretty obvious.
Sit down. I don't need no camera to tell me who you are. Nothing goes on in this neighborhood Phil Pike doesn't know.
Yeah, well, maybe you know that your neighbors are working up to tear you apart.
Bunch of blowhards. Westerns. I watch them all.
Mister, I just left that mob. They're boiling.
Let them boil.
Well, unless you want to get roughed up, you'd better call the police.
Cops? That's a good one. Cops. Who needs them?
Well, I think you do.
I can handle them, Buster. I don't need anyone.
You have it your own way.
That's the way I always have it.
That's a picture of what you used to look like.
Give me that camera.
Suppose you come and get it.
Two things I don't like. Cops and photographers.
I don't like strong-arm guys, and I don't like guys that work protection rackets. Mister, I don't like you.
woman or little girl that's safe on the streets as long as Phil Pike is around.
You're right!
Hate like that can strike anybody.
Why doesn't somebody stop it?
Nobody can stop it.
Well, a 10-cent call to the police will. Operator, this is Mike Kovac. Would you call the police and have them send a car down a 4th Street between 9th and 10th? There's a mob out to get a guy. That's right. Thank you very much. Pop, this is Mike. Pop, I haven't got time for a health report. Here's what I want you to do. Hop in a cab, come down a 4th Street between 9th and 10th, and make it as fast as you can. That's right, 4th between 9th and 10th. Now hurry, Pop. Say, do you mind if I leave my case here?
Sure, leave it.
Well, you're not taking any chances, are you?
I only hope you ain't taking too many chances.
Don't worry about me.
All right, that's enough talk. Who's gonna fix Phil Pike's wagon? Huh?
Okay, what's going on here?
Going on here? Yeah, we got a call you were after some guy.
No, we're not after nobody, no.
Well, what are you hanging around the streets for?
Well, we all live around here, officer. Every one of us.
Yeah, every one of us. All right, break it up.
Okay, come on, let's move.
You gonna do anything?
Like what, Mike?
Well, whatever you do. I don't know. Listen, they're after a guy called Phil Pike. They think he roughed up that girl.
You know where he is?
He's in his room. But I talked to him a while ago, and he won't ask for protection.
Well, until he does, or unless somebody attacks him, there's nothing we can do. That's the law. Can't arrest him for sitting on stoops.
We'll have the cop on the beat look around when he gets this way.
Did you tell them it was a woman?
Oh, I told them. They won't listen.
Well, neither do you, Mike. You'd keep riding with us.
Police. Bob, take this film back, develop it, and make enlargements and get back as fast as you can.
What are they?
Never mind. Just do like I tell you.
Are you in trouble?
No, Pop, do I always have to be in trouble?
You don't have to be, but you usually are.
Just do like I tell you. Driver, take them back to where you picked them up.
I will hurry.
All right, fast as you can.
Who called the cops?
A fink. How do you fix a fink?
Let's show him.
Come in. I'm all right.
Come in, please. Go home. Wherever you live, go now.
Listen, old man, that's what everybody does. They all go home and they pull the shade. Somebody's got to stay here and make them see where they're wrong.
Yeah, but why you?
Because I've got a weapon. I've got something to fight back with. Pictures, old man. Pictures for the whole world to see. That's something they can't hide from. A mirror for them to look into.
Hold it! What are we wasting our time here for? Phil Pike is the one we're after. Come on, let's go.
Give that girl Carmen. Maybe I can talk some sense into her.
Oh, it won't do any good. but go out my back door, around the block, and then behind her building, there's stairs.
Thanks, old man.
Only don't get caught in an alley. They get even braver in the dark.
What, you hiding?
You found me, didn't you?
You know what's happening down there on the street?
Shaking fists, calling names like always.
No, they've gone past that stage. They've picked out a pigeon, and now they've got him cornered.
So what?
So all you have to do is get down there, tell the truth, and it'll all be over.
Not for me, it wouldn't be over.
What about Phil Pike?
Well, what about him? You think he ain't got it coming for that night on the roof? Not that anything happened. But you think he ain't got it coming for all the lies he told me?
Carmen, maybe he's got a lot coming to him, but not this way.
Well, it's none of your business.
I saw you in that alley with a woman.
That's a lie.
What are you afraid of, Carmen? Afraid that your father bought the lie, now it's gotten too big for you?
I'm not afraid of my father.
That woman that was in the alley, somebody the whole street knows, I'll bet.
I'm not afraid of you either.
A married woman, married, and you were fooling around with her husband.
Well, nobody's gonna do nothing to me. Nobody's gonna catch me. You'll go away. Please go away.
All right, Carmen, I'll go away. But that woman better show up before Phil Pike starts bleeding, because you'll never be able to hide from that.
It may look quiet, but it ain't.
Did they go up to get him?
Mm-hmm. The whole rotten gang of them.
What did you call the police?
Mm-mm. Not me they're after.
Oh, lady, how many times I've heard that and how many times I've seen them come to get you next.
I never touched her. You know it, Bert. You know it. You know it.
You got it coming, Phil.
Somebody do something. Call the cops. Somebody do something.
We're the ones that are gonna do something. Right, guys?
Come on, Bert, bell him. Jerry, you tear him apart. Somebody else kick him and jump on him when he's down.
What are you saying? I never touched her, I swear.
What's the difference? The girl's just an excuse anyway.
That's a lie.
It's the truth. Every one of you is looking for an excuse to hit somebody. And Carmen's lie is as good as any.
Don't listen to him.
You're right. Why can't one of you be honest? Just one of you. Why can't you own up to what's really eating you? What is it, huh? Your job? Your wife? The heat? Or can't you stand living in the rut that you dug for yourself?
No, it's him. For what he did to my Carmen. We all know that.
Yeah. Except me, Carmen, and Phil. And the woman that tore into Carmen.
He's right. You gotta listen to him. I didn't do anything.
We're not listening. Come on!
Mike, you all right?
Give me the pictures, Pop.
Who are these people? What happened?
Here, I'll tell you later.
Bert! Bert, look! Bert, wait! Look!
Here, I want you to see something. You recognize that, Bert? Huh? That's a rabble-rouser. Everybody look at it. It rants, and it raves, and it foams at the mouth. You see that? But mostly it hates. And it brings out the hate in everybody else. And when they start hating hard enough, then they've just got to knock somebody down, Bert. Anybody. Yeah? Oh, yes, and it has kids that grow up into a glob of spite that not even a vulture could stomach. That's you, Jerry. Manny, I've got one for you. This is a yellow-bellied bootlicker. You ever see him before? You know what he does? All he does is ride around in the swamp on the back of a gang fighter. A gang fighter. You ever see him before, Joe? Huh? You recognize the beady eyes? And the sweat? You know where he hangs out? In the middle of a mob, Joe. Yeah. He gets real tough when the odds are about 10 to 1. Yeah, you laugh. Well, maybe this will wipe the smile off your face. There's a picture of the shade puller. You know what a shade puller is? the kind of a person that hides and lets everybody else do the job for them.
You tell him, buddy. You tell these rats good.
What makes you think I forgot you, huh?
What are you talking about? I'm the guy they're picking on.
You know my heart bleeds for you. It bleeds so much that I took a picture of you, too. There. That's a perfect replica of the loud-mouthed big shot. The kind of an animal that tramples through neighborhoods, stepping on the little guy so that he can feel a little bit taller. That's you, Phil. Now, why don't you take it up to your room and hang it on a wall, huh? Hey, Carmen. I got a picture of you here, too. Here, you want to come over and get it? Or you want me to nail it to the lamppost for the whole world to see what a weak-kneed whiner looks like? Here. And the others, Carmen, I want you to take a good look at them. Because whatever is rotten in them, you help bring out. Oh, hey, lady. Pop, give me the camera.
Yeah.
Hold this. You know, I need your picture to make my set complete.
No.
Let him take it. You started this whole thing, and you deserve all that's coming to you.
Oh, he's my husband, you know, not hers.
Over nothing. Absolutely nothing. Me and Carmen took the same subway home from work a couple of times. I bought her a cup of coffee a couple of times. And you had to make a big thing.
I'm sorry. I said I was sorry.
To her. Say it to her.
I'm sorry.
Look, I suppose I should have showed up sooner, but all I heard about was Phil Pike. I nearly missed hearing you say it was a woman.
I'm glad somebody heard it.
Come on. Let's go.
Carmen, why'd you let me do it?
I was afraid, Pa. Afraid of what you'd do.
Afraid?
Would you believe me? Believe that nothing happened?
No. Next time I will.
Looks like it's gonna rain, Pop. And boy, I'm tired.
You'll go home. I'll make some tea. One question. These are strangers. Why did you mix him?
Because I found something out, Pop. People do the craziest things when it's hot. Frederica.
starring Charles Bronson.
I'm Mike Kovac. What I find exciting about being a freelance photographer is that quite often danger flies right into your lap. Like this girl, Frederica Rojas, did. An airplane, a daughter of a European millionaire, a sense of curiosity, and I was in trouble.
Gentlemen, please. I think you've taken enough pictures of Miss Rojas.
Yes, I agree. That's all the pictures for tonight.
Dr. Kohlberg, is it true that Miss Rojas is here to shop for a trousseau?
How long is she going to be in the States? And is Mila Rojas going to join her?
I really couldn't say.
But she is engaged, isn't she?
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I cannot answer any more questions. When we get settled, we'll call a press conference.
A little courtesy, please. You must realize Miss Rojas is very tired after her long flight. This way, please.
Are you all right, my dear? Have you taken a pill in the last hour? Good. Please, no more pictures.
Well, I don't want this kind of a picture anyhow. My name is Mike Kovac, Dr. Kohlberg.
How do you do?
See, I want to do a series of pictures with Miss Rojas around New York City. I wired you and Lisbon about it.
Oh, yes, but I'm afraid it's quite impossible.
She might enjoy it. You know, first trip to America, maybe a shopping tour or just sightseeing.
Please believe me, Mr. Kovac. It cannot be arranged.
Many Americans are interested in her. Besides, she'd make a beautiful subject for a photographer.
If you forward your request to our hotel, the Park Ritz, we will consider it.
All right, I'll call you in the morning.
Very well.
Very persistent, these Americans.
Oh, yes. Now, well, if you look to the luggage, Frederica and I will take the limousine. Frederica.
Where did she go?
Mr. Kovac. You wish to take pictures of me, no?
Well, sure, I want to take pictures of you. But what are you doing out here?
I'll let you take those pictures. But first you must do me a favor.
Oh.
No, please.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Take me with you now.
What?
Look, I'll explain. Only not here.
All right, my car's parked right over there on the left. Come on. This is my car, Miss Rojas. Now, whoa, wait a minute. Not so fast. Suppose you tell me what it's about first.
Well, I want to see New York, Mr. Kovac, and I want to see it without supervision. All my life, I'm surrounded by people who watch me. Every hour of every day, they tell me what to do, who to see, what to say.
Well, now, look. You're the daughter of Milo Rojas, mystery millionaire of Europe.
I want only to be myself, to come and go freely.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, like any American girl, as I've read from your magazines, to go to a movie, to see the sights. What would you propose for me? Coney Island, Times Square at night.
I'm beginning to see now.
Then you do it, Mr. Kovac?
Well, you tempt me, Miss Rojas. But you know, if you're missing for 24 hours...
I don't care.
You're just like I thought you'd be, too. The daughter of one of the richest men in the world, engaged to the second richest. And, of course, you're spoiled.
If you don't agree, Mr. Kovac, I'll go by myself.
Hey, what's wrong?
I'm sorry I troubled you.
Well, you sure know how to bait a hook.
Then you'll do it?
Well, I don't want to see you roam the streets alone, especially at night. I'll do it for 24 hours. Come on.
Already 10 o'clock. We must find her, Wills. She was entrusted to our care. But where to look? She doesn't know anyone in New York, her first trip here.
Doctor, a man like Milo Rojas has many enemies.
Abducted? We are diverted for a moment and she disappears. No. I don't think she has been abducted.
Perhaps amnesia.
Perhaps. I must tell you, Wills, in her condition, anything is possible. At any moment. You've seen her take these pills. They've been vital to her for the last 3 days. She has now only a 12-hour supply of them. Afternoon tomorrow, her life will be in grave danger.
Well, I didn't realize that. Oh. Do you suppose that Miss Frederica does?
Possibly more than I have told her.
Then we have bungled, Doctor.
Yes, and I guess the police will have to be called in after all. And her father must be told. His reaction will be most explosive. Give me the police, please.
All units, a missing adult. Last seen at International Airport at 9 p.m. Subject is a female Caucasian, age 26, height 5'4", weight 110 pounds. Dark hair and eyes, wearing gray tweed suit. Name Frederica Rojas.
I won.
Well, you're pretty intense about it, aren't you? But for another penny, I'll knock your bluff.
No, I want to try everything. All the contraptions.
Frederica? You know, this really isn't the kind of a place that a gentleman brings a lady for entertainment.
But I like it here. I want to be here. After all, there's only enjoyment in the moment, and well, life is only made up of moments, don't you think?
Sure.
What are they eating?
That's cotton candy.
Cotton?
Well, it looks like cotton, tastes like sugar.
I want some.
Oh, now, let's not overdo it. There's always tomorrow.
No tomorrow. Only today.
See, I told you, you're overdoing it.
I'm only hungry. I'd like to try all your exotic American foods like hot dogs and hot tamales and chili.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Maybe we better build up your stomach lining first. And besides, Frederica, it's getting late. We ought to think about putting you up for the night. Sure you don't want to go back to your hotel? You got a problem. Oh, I know. You ever eat kapusta?
What's that?
Well, it's a peasant dish. We can get some on Elizabeth Street. A place called the Mike Kovac.
Wonderful.
A universal dish. You want some, Michael?
No, Pop. I stuffed myself before I went out to the airport. He always makes enough to last a week.
Eat, Miss Royas. I like a woman who eats with heartiness. A good appetite means a full life. I want to talk to you, Michael. You excuse us, please, Miss Rojas. She's a nice girl, my son. About time.
It's nothing like that, Pop.
Oh? Tell the old man, Michael, huh?
Now, Pop, she's got a problem, and I'm helping her out with it. That'll be over by tomorrow night. You don't have to worry about it.
Trouble?
No, it's hard to explain.
Police?
All right, Pop, I'll tell you. She's the daughter of Milo Rojas.
Who is Milo Rojas? Milo Rojas, who is acquaintance to kings and prime ministers and has big business all over the world.
The same.
Now, how does the son of Anton Kovac come to the daughter of Milo Rojas?
Well, the camera's my magic carpet. You know, this is her idea, Pop.
For me, it adds up to an exclusive picture story.
Oh, I see. But for overnight, will she not be missed?
She'll be missed, all right. But I'm beginning not to care, Pop.
Miss Rojas disappeared about 9 o'clock last night. It is almost 2 o'clock today, and frankly, we are worried. The official reason given for Miss Rojas' visit to this city is that she was to shop for her trousseau. That was only partially true. Actually, and of extreme emergency, Miss Rojas is ill. She has glaucoma, a serious eye disease, and an iridectomy was to be performed on her eyes today by an American specialist. She's in great danger of going blind, and worse, forgive me if I sound melodramatic, but her life may also be in jeopardy.
Is she aware of her condition?
Aware, yes. It may even be the reason of her disappearance. I have prepared some typed statements of her condition.
Now, the police have been unsuccessful in locating Miss Rojas. We're asking for the cooperation of the press. Give it the full treatment. We must locate Miss Rojas. Are we going on radio and television with a direct appeal to her or to anyone who might know where she is?
What about this 12-hour supply of pills mentioned here?
She's subject to headaches, nausea, and dizziness, and they offer her temporary relief. Her supply is gone by now. She could have, literally, a blinding headache, a bad fall, even blindness. It is this we must avoid, and therefore asking for your cooperation.
Have you contacted her father?
Yes. Milo Rojas is flying in from Lisbon.
Now we're doing everything that can be done, Dr. Kohlberg. We'll find her.
Please, before it is too late.
I think we have been overdoing it. You're out of pills.
It doesn't matter. They're only vitamins. Well, just like Americans. Pills for everything.
Sure. Frederica's fling was about over. The papers were carrying the news of her disappearance. And it was time we got away from the crowds, where she would soon be recognized. Frederica? See that down there? Going across the river?
Hmm?
That's the George Washington Bridge. And over there, all that over there is New Jersey.
It's breathtaking. Your city is beautiful.
Yeah, it has its beauty spots. It's got its pockmarks, too.
In this place?
It's just a nice, quiet place where you can hear yourself think. Frederica, what are you running away from?
Running?
Come on now, aren't you?
Mike, take me in your arms. Hold me close.
Look, Frederica.
You're a very nice person, Mike.
Yeah, I'm also past that romper stage. And you're, well, you just better take it easy, because it's hard for me to remember you're engaged.
I don't care. There's only now.
Now is followed by later.
Could you love me, Mike?
Now, you wait a minute. Somebody's got to keep their head here. You know, you're the daughter of Milo Rojas.
I don't want to think about that now.
And you get away from a place like this in the cold light of day, and I'm just Mike Kovac, a working stiff. It's just not in the cards. To you, I'm some sort of an escape, and I wish I knew what it was.
Mike, for the first time in my life, this moment, I'm myself.
Meaning you're away from the guy you're engaged to?
Oh, he's older and a friend of my father, and it serves my father's purpose. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. But I just can't buy it, Frederica. You want to cram a whole lifetime into one little minute. For me, a lifetime is forever. Maybe I can explain it a little better. You see, we're worlds apart, you and me. And I'm the kid from the other side of the tracks. Oh, what's the use of rolling out all the old cliches? It just adds up to no go.
Mike, hold me.
Oh, please, you're not going to pull that again, are you? That fainting doesn't work twice.
Mike, please, listen.
You always get what you want. If you can't buy it, you wheedle your way. If it's not money, it's charm. If the charm doesn't work, you decide to faint. You know what you are? You're spoiled.
All right. I won't bother you anymore. The guided tour is over.
You're darn right. Now, let's get out of here before we're both sorry. I'll take you back to your hotel. Glaucoma?
You did not know this.
Oh, no. I must be the only one in the city that didn't.
After 9 o'clock, who wants pictures? Now, I see who it is. Michael, some people to see you.
We're here because your magazine called us about the pictures of Miss Rojas, which you submitted. Where is she? You're obviously the last person to see her.
You know, I just learned about this. Sure, I saw her. I was with her. But I left her off at the hotel hours ago.
She didn't arrive, Mr. Kovac. Please.
Did you see her go into the hotel?
Sure. Well, no, wait a minute. She got out of the car and then she ran off. Naturally, I thought that... You mean you don't know where she is now?
Mr. Kovac, you're aware of Frederica's condition.
Well, I am now.
Would you accompany us, please?
Where to?
To the hotel.
What for?
Milo Rojas has just flown in. He would like to talk to you.
All right, I'd like to meet him.
This is Mike Kovac. We will wait outside.
How much do you want for my daughter's return?
I was afraid you were going to say something like that. Money solves everything.
How much?
I'm not a kidnapper, Mr. Rojas. Your daughter hasn't been kidnapped. She's running away. No wonder she's so confused with a father like you who puts a price tag on everything. It's not how does she feel, but how much to get her back. You can't buy her welfare, Mr. Rojas. It hasn't worked so far. You've even destroyed her will to live.
Did she tell you that?
I figured it out, and it won't cost you 1 red cent. This phony engagement of hers to suit some big deal of yours. Sure, you care for her, all right. She's a prize package, isn't she? And that's about all she is to you.
I want her back before it is too late. Frederica means a great deal to me.
You know, looking back, now I can understand why she's half out of her mind, rebelling against her illness and you at the possible cost of her life. She's trying to hurt you, Mr. Rojas, just as she's been hurt.
You seem to have learned more about her in 1 day than I have in a lifetime.
Well, let's just hope she's found before it's too late.
The police are looking everywhere. Do you have an idea where she might be?
Well, I've got a hunch.
Where?
I said it was just a hunch and no more. Now, am I free to go or am I to be held?
Go, and please, Mr. Kovac, find her.
Frederica. Frederica, no. How is she today?
She's asleep. The bandage will be removed tomorrow.
Mike?
How do you feel?
He'll be fine. Mike? I'm sorry I was such a burden to you.
Oh, no. You weren't a burden.
Can you come and see me again?
Every day.
Mr. Kovac, I too wish to thank you. You may be interested to know that she's no longer engaged to the Baron.
Well, I'm sure glad for her.
Yes, Frederica seems happy, Mr. Kovac. Happy with me and with the special sort of world she was born into. It is not easy for a man like me to say this, but thanks to you, I have discarded a possession and discovered a daughter.
What are your plans now?
We'll return to the continent as soon as she's able.
Mike.
Goodbye, Frederica. Good luck.
In the magazine, Mike, you don't show the picture at the Vespers.
No. I wanted to keep at least that.
Pardon. It's time, darling. I'm sorry. Can't we get some
This is one I owe you.
One friendly Arab leader visiting the United States, a dangerous political situation, and the loaded camera changed the rumor of assassination into the ingredients of murder.
Who's there?
Yasmin.
Did you get the silencer?
I have done my part. Arranged everything. Copley Hotel at exactly 3:30 this afternoon. The rest is up to you. You will not get a second chance.
One chance is all I ask.
With a Camera, starring Charles Bronson.
Hey, Kovac.
Hello, honey. Say, what's all the excitement about?
Nobody sets foot in that elevator without an official clearance.
Why not?
Because Ibn Yusuf is a plenty scared pigeon. You heard the assassination rumors. He's even got armed guards outside his door.
Yusuf, the big wheel in the Arab world, huh? I didn't know he was staying here.
Oh, come on now, Mike. Don't play dumb.
Arnie, you have it your way. But look, if things are so tight, how come you bother staying around?
The way we look at it is Ibn Yusuf has got to come down eventually, if only to renew his visa.
Say, Clark, my name is Mike Kovac. I have an appointment with Sarah Castle.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kovac. She's expecting you. That's the 6th floor, Suite H. It's all right, Lieutenant Hollis.
Thank you. Lots of luck, Arnie.
Hey, you gotta be kidding. The picture layout on Sarah Castle, her theatrical career was washed up years ago. She's gotta be old by now. What could you possibly want with her?
Does Eisenhower tell Khrushchev, huh, Arnie?
The 6th. She's on the same floor as Ibn Yusuf.
The newspaper men in the lobby and Arab guards in the hall made an intriguing contrast to the job I was really there to do. A photo layout of a former movie star crowding 50, but still playing a fluttery 15.
Come in, Mr. Kovac.
من وين؟ بس ضلنا بتعامل الصور بدي نشوف المرأة هناك.
Now, what was that nonsense you gave me over the phone about wanting to shoot a picture layout of me?
Nonsense.
Oh, come now, Mr. Kovac. I think it was very clever of you. After all, Ibn Yusuf and I do have adjoining suites.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You think I come up here to photograph Ibn Yusuf?
Well, of course, didn't you?
Well, it's just that I'm not a press photographer. You know, I work on layouts, special photos, like those I want of you.
But surely you wouldn't turn down a chance to get an exclusive front-page picture.
Well, maybe not. But
And there must be a whole layout to be had on Ibn Yusuf. You know, he's the key man in the whole Middle East situation. There's been an assassination attempt recently, and that irresponsible playboy son of his is in town, too, you know.
But you know, you're the first actress that's ever tried to talk me out of taking her picture.
Oh, well, we can do that some other time, but this is far too exciting. Besides, I worked out a plan I simply couldn't bear to see go to waste.
For getting past the strong arm guard at Yusuf's door?
No problem. We've also got adjoining balconies. Operation Mark of Zorro, I'd say.
You must be kidding.
Oh, don't hesitate on my account. I'm insured against falling guests.
A load off my mind.
Come, Mr. Kovac, we can't really stand here all day. Let's get on with it. I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm for a fresh drink.
Little heck.
Don't be alarmed, sir. I'm just a photographer. I'd like to take your picture if you don't mind.
Assassin!
You don't understand.
Jag låg vid och hejs mig!
You don't understand, sir.
Tal hon! Isa! Where's me? Isa! Assassin!
My career's complete. I finally did the he went that-a-way bit.
Yusef's just been murdered.
What?
His son doesn't know it yet, but he just stepped into a big pair of shoes.
Murdered by who?
I don't know. I just walked in there, somebody slugged me, stole my camera, and beat it.
They thought you did it? That's why they were shooting at you?
You got the idea.
Oh, you never should have run. That's the worst thing you could have done.
Oh, Miss Castle, I'm alone in a room with a man who had just been killed by a tricked-up camera. There's a man yelling assassin and 2 bodyguards charging me with blood in their eye and guns in their fists. If I had hung around one more second, there'd have been 2 corpses in that room. And you know, in a few minutes, the place is going to be crawling with police. I've got to hide someplace.
Oh, nonsense. All you've got to do is explain. Surely nobody would believe that a man of your reputation would murder anybody.
The Arabs are not going to be impressed by my professional reputation.
But the American authorities.
Can't afford to be accused of protecting an assassin.
Gee, I wanted some excitement, but not this much.
Miss Castle, Yusef's enemies would like nothing better than to pin the murder on an American, any American.
Police, Miss Castle.
Yeah, I'm coming. Well, I don't see what you or I can do about it. If they don't get you now, they're bound to catch you eventually.
Well, eventually is later. All I'm asking you for is just a little bit of time, Miss Castle.
Lieutenant Hollis, Miss Castle. I'm investigating the trouble next door.
Trouble?
Yes, the man's been murdered.
Oh, dear. This has always been such a quiet, respectable hotel.
We were told the killer used your suite as an escape route.
Surely you don't mean that nice Mr. Kovac.
Yusef's people claim you told them Kovac dashed down the service stairs. Funny thing, though, there was a porter sweeping those stairs at the time. No one passed him. We know Kovac didn't go through the lobby, and there was a man on duty at the delivery entrance all day, which seems to suggest Kovac is still in the hotel. If he is, Miss Castle, we'll find him.
Well, you can see for yourself, Lieutenant, he isn't here.
Oh, in here, Sergeant. I hope you don't mind if my man checks out the rest of your suite.
Lieutenant, a moment ago you referred to Mr. Kovac as the killer. I think you meant to say suspect, didn't you?
I meant exactly what I said, Miss Castle. 18 years on the force, I've never seen a more open and shut case.
Lieutenant, place is clean. Not a sign of him.
6H, please.
Hello?
Miss Castle, this is a friend of Zorro.
Michael, where are you?
I'm in the basement garage.
The basement garage, you mean here in the hotel?
Yes, I tried to get to my car, but the police have a guard on the exit. Now, do you know of any other way out of here?
No. The lieutenant's got every exit covered. Oh, Michael, there must be some way.
Well, now, look, there is. But I hate to ask, you've done so much already. Do you have an automobile down here?
Yes, I do.
Well, I could hide in the back seat. You could drive me out past the guard.
Yeah, that just might work.
Except that if I get caught, you'll be in a whole lot of trouble. And I hate to get you into,
Oh, now stop it. Don't start apologizing. After all, I got you into this mess. Now, look. You go get in the back of my car. It's a powder blue sedan, license 2D7876. Do you see it there?
Yes, I see it.
Good. I'll be down in a few minutes. Oh, don't bother. Thank you very much. I'll get it. Thank you.
I'm assuming you're back there, Michael, but I thought it wise not to look. Where to?
Well, I don't know. By this time, the police will have my flat staked out. My father's place, too, probably, and all my close friends. Oh, I've got to do some serious thinking.
Once around the park, then?
Yeah. biggest problem is to prove that someone else was able to get in Yusef's suite besides myself.
But how could anyone get past all those bodyguards?
I don't know. Say, you know, when the police started to search your apartment, I ducked out through a door that opened into a side hallway.
The delivery entrance. All the suites have one. I see what you're driving at, but it wouldn't work. You see, someone would still have had to let the killer in. Those service doors open from the inside only.
Latif.
Who?
Latif. He's Yusef's secretary. Now, this has to be the man with all the answers. Sarah, I've got to talk to this guy.
Have you lost your mind? You can't possibly go back inside that hotel.
No, but you could. And the police won't hang around forever. You could notify me when they left.
And then what do I do? Run an ad in the personal column saying, Michael, come home, all is forgiven?
Well, you could meet me someplace. Down the street, about 3 blocks, is a movie house. It's open all night. I could sit in the last row in a balcony until I heard from you.
Swell.
Unless you have something else planned for the evening.
Only a nervous breakdown, but I'm sure that'll keep.
I knew the police were looking for me for murder until Sarah Castle could get here with information about Latif, the murdered leader's secretary. I had to sit through the longest double bill of my life. A few more minutes of this torture and I'd have been ready to confess to the killing. Safe for me to go back?
Yeah, safe enough, but you'll be wasting your time. Latif went out about a half hour ago.
Oh, no.
I don't think I didn't have a devil of a time following him.
You didn't lose him?
He wound up at an apartment house at 49th and Lexington. When I get my junior G-Man badge.
It's in the mail, honey. It's in the mail.
Come on. On your way, Buster. Apartment 308.
You tailed him upstairs?
No. I just watched the elevator indicator. It stopped at 3, so I checked the mailbox. And in 308, there's listed a Yasmin Haroun. If that isn't an Arabic name, may I never eat another date. Oh, one more thing. I don't know whether it's important or not, but as I was getting into my car, a man came hurrying out of the building. Definitely Middle Eastern type.
Well, it's not those that leave that I'm worried about. Let's just hope no reinforcements arrive. Latif was the only hope I had. He had to lead me to the real murderer if my hunch was right. And if my hunch was wrong, well, I couldn't be worse off anyway.
Please, don't kill me!
I'm not going to kill you. But if you don't come up with the right answers, you'll sure wish I had.
Assassin! Assassin! You murdered even yourself. Yasmin, help me call the police.
Shut your mouth and listen hard. Because there's going to be questions later. Now, you let the assassin in through a side door without the guards knowing after he killed you, said you let him out again.
No, it's a lie. I worshipped Ibn Yusef. I would have died myself to save him. As Allah is my witness, you are wrong.
But there was a man, wasn't there? A photographer. He bribed you to let him in.
Please turn around and raise your hands. Idris, call the police. This is the man who killed Ibn Yusef. Why do you hesitate?
I'm not sure. What he says just now begins to bother me. You said your brother Hassan was with the news service and that he had to have these pictures or he would lose his job. But now, I begin to wonder, Yasmin, about a lot of things.
Surely you do not doubt me, Idris.
Now, look, if her brother took pictures, why aren't they in the newspapers? You know, under the circumstances, they'd be at a premium.
The police. Call them.
In a moment. First, I would like to see those pictures Hassan took.
They did not turn out. There was not enough light.
You're lying, Yasmin. I can see it in your eyes.
Are you going to listen to this murder? You are a fool.
Yes, I am a fool.
There was nothing I would not have done for you. Nothing. Except one thing. Now I will call the police. But not for Mr. Kovac here. For you and your brother.
Put it down.
Put it down!
He must hurry. Prince Hamoud.
Look, don't talk. Take it easy and I'll send Fernandez.
You don't understand. There's not enough time. Hassan just left here for the hotel to take pictures of the young prince, he said.
I can't let you alone like this.
No, I'll be all right. Give me your gun. And hand me the telephone. I'll call the police. Now, you must go quickly.
You will not reach there in time. The young prince will already be dead.
That man you saw leaving the building, would you know him if you saw him again?
Well, I don't know. I guess so, yeah.
Well, you'd better, because he's the murderer. And only you know what he looks like. We'd better get back to your hotel. Come on.
If what you said is true, that lobby's going to be crawling with police. Are you sure about what we're doing?
No. But the lobby's the most likely spot for Hassan to strike. Now, you go in there. If you spot him, yell as loud as you can. I'll try to be on the lobby stairs. Maybe I can get there by way of the service elevator.
Oh, swell. I walk and you ride. Oh, well, it's good for my figure.
Evening, Miss Castle.
Oh, Lieutenant Hollis, isn't it? You still here?
Yes. I tried to reach you earlier for a statement. Just how well do you know this man, Kovac?
Oh, not at all well, Lieutenant.
We understand he came to your room to take some pictures of you. Must have seemed rather strange to you when he stepped from your balcony over to the next.
No, I merely thought that Mr. Kovac was a very enterprising young man who... Oh, dear.
That's Prince Hamoud's party. We had a phone call from a man warning us of a possible assassination attempt on the prince's life. He said your friend Kovac told him to call.
Oh, not my friend, Lieutenant. Mr. Kovac and I simply met when he... There!
You're not going to shoot him, too.
You bet I am. After what I've been through, I'm going to shoot him plenty. Maybe it hasn't got the dignity or prestige of a magazine spread, but it's a larger circulation. You know every newspaper in the world is carrying it?
Yeah. Thanks to you, Michael. The officers started to come in again.
Oh, Broadway?
No, not exactly, but there's talk of giving me my own television series.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
You going to take it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you don't need the money, huh?
Oh, no, it isn't that. But, well, you see, I'm used to leading such a quiet, uncomplicated, peaceful life. I'm not sure I could stand the pace.
Well, no, Bray, no.
Stay where you are.
You told me you had to have a reason for killing. There's no reason or sense in this. You have to be crazy.
I'm as sane as you are.
Then what pleasure would you get out of killing him?
Man with a Camera. Starring Charles Bronson.
I'm Mike Kovac. I've photographed all kinds of people, and I've never seen one that was all bad, as they said Bray was. A relentless killer, cruel and cold. I wanted a picture of that face.
Warden, please. Kovac just came through.
Okay, thanks. I've been a warden here for 12 years. I've seen all sorts of murderers, but nothing like Bray. The judge said he was the only completely evil man he'd ever known. I'm curious why you want to talk to him.
Maybe he'll let me take his picture. The last hours of a man about to die.
I figure there's more to it than that.
The judge says he's completely evil. The papers call him unregenerate. I can't believe that about any man. You know yourself, there's no man 100% evil. Listen, Bray comes from the same neighborhood that I was raised in. I never knew him, but the ones that did say the same thing that you do. Except one. Old lady Kozlenko. She said that Bray used to come over to her house, play with the cats, and play with the kittens. She thinks he was one of the most gentle people she's ever met. I just want to find out who's right. And if I get a picture, too, that won't make me mad.
Well, I've tried talking to him. It's no use. He's pure hate. He hates the whole world.
Sure, if he didn't hate, he wouldn't kill.
Look, Edwin Bray killed 5 people. Not for money, not for profit. 5 people he hardly knew, had nothing against. He just decided they should be dead. No remorse, no regrets, nothing. You think there's any good in a man like that? You believe in Santa Claus. Now, you still want to talk to him?
Yeah.
Okay. The only reason I'm doing this is I know he won't talk to anybody, but I want to satisfy you. As the warden, let me talk to one of the guards on Bray. Oh, hello, Hayes. Tell Bray he's got a visitor, Mike Kovac. Yeah, tell him Mike comes from his old neighborhood and he knows a woman named Kozlenko. That's right. I tell you, you're wasting your time, Mike. Yeah. All right, thanks. Bray says he'll talk to you. The guard says he acts like he knows you. A man like Bray about to die won't be a pretty picture.
It's never a pretty picture when a man's about to die.
You know the rules in the death house. No contact with the prisoner. No more than 2 shots. Let's go. How is he?
The same.
He's all yours. Not too long.
Hello, Bray.
How's Mrs. Kozlenko?
She's fine. She asked to be remembered to you if I got to see her.
I don't want to be remembered by anybody. What do you want to see me about anyway?
Wanted to talk?
What about?
About you.
Don't make me laugh, Kovac.
All right, take my picture. That's what you came here for, isn't it? Monkey in a cage.
Bray, everyone's a monkey in some sort of a cage. You're no different. Some of us find a way out, that's all.
Oh, don't moralize with me, Kovac. It doesn't fit your face.
Well, suppose you let me see your face. I'd like to see the face of a man who killed 5 people. I'd like a close-up of a guy who throws life away like it was out of style. Other people's as well as his own.
You're wrong, Kovac. There was a reason. You want to know what it was? You take my picture. Kind of a picture I hear you take, you'll find the reason in my face.
Fine, thank you.
You all finished?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Warden.
Yes?
That priest still here?
Yes.
I want to see him.
Tell the Father Bray wants to see you.
Yes, sir.
You know, Bray, I never did believe all those things they said about you.
Yeah? You were the only one, then.
Could we have as much privacy as possible? And don't try to take our picture, please.
All right, stay back. You open the door.
Listen, Bray.
Shut up, Kovac. You said it yourself. We're all monkeys in a cage, only some of us get out. Well, I'm getting out.
You'll never get beyond that door.
Oh, no? Well, if I don't, neither will the Padre. You get me, I get him. Get up against that wall.
I've never killed a man before, Bray, but if I ever get a chance, it's you.
Okay. Here's your chance.
Looks like soap.
Yeah. Soap and blacking scraped off my own shoe. Now, me and the father are taking a little walk. That'll give you an idea what'll happen if you follow me. Kovac, you're coming with me. Sort of like my advance guard. Get his key. Give him the keys.
May God have mercy on your soul.
You save that for someone that needs it, Father. All right, gentlemen, let's go. I'm locking this door, Fowler.
Mr. Warden, Bray's just broken out. Sound the general alarm.
Hold it. Move up that door, Kovac. Open it and step back. This is Bray. Who's in there?
Look out, Bray. There's a guard, a nurse, and a doctor in here.
Thanks, whoever you are. Guard, I got 2 men out here with me. If you're not out of there in 15 seconds, you can have one of them, or what's left of them. Take the nurse and the doctor with you.
All right, Bray, but you won't get far.
Get out of here. Leave your gun behind.
It's trouble for anyone that joins him.
Get out. All right, come on in. They're all gone.
Let's go.
So you're Bray.
Yeah.
You sure spread over the papers. I'm Al Henchley. I'm in for life, so you can count on me for anything.
Rat meets a rat.
Who's he?
That's Mike Kovac. He's a photographer.
All right, priest, over there by those beds, and stay put.
I beg you to think this over. What this
You're wasting your breath, Father. They won't listen to you.
Hey, that's Nick, Johnny, Reese. He won't be any good. But Blondie there can come in handy. She's his sister.
You come near me, you big ape, and I'll brain you.
All right, let's take that. You two guys watch those other windows.
All right, you. Kovac, answer the phone.
Hello?
Mike?
Yeah, it's me.
What's going on there?
Well, Bray's holding down the front end with a pistol. And there's a small brain here who's got a hold of a rifle. He's covering one side. And there's a Nick and Johnny holding down the other side. They don't seem too happy about it, though. There's a guy sick in bed. He's got his sister visiting with him. All right. Bray, the warden says you haven't got a chance. The best you can do is hold out for a couple of hours. Now, he's willing to go along with any proposition you have to offer him.
I'll tell him my proposition. I want a car brought around to the door, and I want it left there. When it gets dark, I'm taking off. I got 2 hostages here. You want to hear them scream, you try something or try to stop me. That's my proposition, Warden. You take it or leave it. I got nothing to lose. Hang up. All right, you all heard me. I'll tell you all the same thing. Anybody gets in my way, I'll kill him. Now, when I make my break, you can come with me or you can go. That's up to you. I don't care.
We won't give you any trouble.
Same here.
Johnny, watch this door. You know who this man is, gentlemen? This is Mike Kovac. He's a famous photographer, an artist, a celebrity, a success in a room full of failures and misfits, thieves and murderers. Bow to him, gentlemen. Ask him kindly and he might take your picture. A picture by the famous Mike Kovac, huh? Nothing to say, Mr. Kovac?
Yeah, I got something to say. Why were you ever born?
You ever say anything like that about me again, Kovac, I'll kill you.
Then don't ask.
You don't think much of your life, do you?
You're wrong. I think a lot of it. I think a lot of every human life, even a wasted one like yours. But you couldn't understand that. You're a man that's killed 5 people, maybe 6. People that lived and breathed and had other people love them. And you killed them. How can you live with yourself, Bray? What on God's earth do you want to live for?
Here. I'm sending the car. It'll be in front of the infirmary in a couple of minutes.
Now you're getting smart.
Let me talk to Kovac.
What do you want to talk to him for?
I want to be sure that he and the father are all right, and I want to hear it from him.
All right.
Hello, Mike. Can I talk? Can you hear me? Answer yes or no any way you can. Now, we think we've got to take a chance. We're sending the car to the front door to take their attention off the north side. That's where we're bringing up the tear gas. We've got a couple of men in the corridor ready to break in at the right time. I've got a shortwave rigged up. Now, are you willing to stand guard on the phone and warn me if Bray gets wise? I can call it off.
Yeah, everything's fine here.
They're bringing the car up.
Well, if you want to send a car, it's all right with me. Anything you do.
All right, Jake, start moving in.
Keep talking as long as you can. I've got the men moving. Surprise is the main thing.
Thanks for your company. If you hold on, I'll ask him. Father, the warden wants to know how you're holding out.
Tell him as well as anyone else here.
Jake says 30 seconds more and he'll have it.
Tell him to keep moving.
Keep going.
The guard that Bray shot's in the hospital. He's in a bad way, but he'll pull through.
Well, that's fine. You know, Warden, I'd appreciate it if you'd call my father for me.
All right, you've talked enough. Hang up.
Bree! Bree! You want to say anything more to the warden?
Look out, Warden. Cut it! Get back! Get back!
I missed. I don't know what keeps me from killing you, Kovac. I just don't know.
It'll only hurt a second.
Where'd you learn all this?
I had an idea once about being a nurse.
What happened to it?
It died. Now hold still.
Thank you very much.
It's not too late.
Got knocked down too many times, Father.
If you have faith in yourself to rise, you will.
You mind, Father, Miss?
If you don't mind, I have no objection.
You're an optimistic man.
Why not?
Hey, what's your hurry?
Take your hands off me.
Why, you dirty little... Get out of here.
Brain against brawn. Too bad for you it isn't good enough against this.
Yeah, you've got all the answers. You've got it made, haven't you? Well, congratulations. Let me help you up, Father.
He just knocked the breath from me. I'll be all right.
Where's my gun? I'll kill him.
You got what was coming to you. I'll take care of Kovac.
Bray, the father's old, and he's hurt. Why don't you let him out? You'll still have me as a hostage.
Suppose it was a choice. You or him.
I don't know what's eating into your brain, and I don't care anymore. But let the father go.
All right, let him go. I'm bored with him and his piety. Let him out, Johnny.
I can go now, Father.
With God's guidance, I'll pray for all of you.
You pray for yourself, old man, not for me.
You most of all.
Well, no, Bray, no.
Stay where you are.
You told me you had to have a reason for killing. There's no reason or sense in this. You have to be crazy.
I'm as sane as you are.
Then what pleasure would you get out of killing him?
I'll let him go, Bray.
All right. It'll be dark in about an hour.
We'll go then.
I don't want my picture taken. Get it out of there.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
Warden. Yes? This is Bray. I want those yard lights put out. All right, but they're an automatic switch. It'll take a couple of minutes. Okay, hustle it up.
A few more minutes.
I'm all set, Warden.
All right, Bray should be coming out any moment.
Any special instructions?
No, pick your own spot. Be careful.
I'll shoot from right here.
You told me you didn't believe all those things ever said about me. You still feel the same way?
I've always believed there was some good in every man. I still believe it.
Even a murderer like me? You said we were all monkeys in a cage. Only some of us find our way out. How did you get out?
Well, the night my mother died, I blamed it on the doctor. And I tried to kill him. My father tried to stop me. I'll never forget the look on his face.
What happened?
He started to pray. I stopped fighting, and the cage door was open.
How did it feel?
Felt like I was a free man.
My door's never opened. You're looking at a man with no luck at all. I'm as smart as you. Probably had a better education, too. Never got me anything. I've never had a break in this world. Only failure. You don't think I'll get out of here? But I will. And I'll go someplace where nobody knows me. Maybe Mexico or South America. Like I was reborn. This time I'll succeed.
Sure.
You don't believe it?
I believe it.
There go the lights.
Okay. I'm leaving now. I'm taking Kovac with me. The rest of you stay.
You dirty double-crossing.
All right, Kovac. We're going out now. You're gonna drive, and we're going straight out that front gate.
How far do you think you'll get?
Oh, you underestimate yourself. Nobody's gonna try to stop us with you as my hostage.
But suppose they do.
Then we'll both die. Open the door.
There they are. Bray's not giving me much room.
Move.
I could have killed you. Hey, Mike. I'm out of the cage.
You don't sound so happy.
It was
Who's ever happy to see any man die?
A cold-blooded killer without redemption. You wouldn't believe me.
That's right.
Ever find out why he killed him?
You've heard of men who couldn't stand success? Well, Bray couldn't stand failure.
I got excited about seeing Dr. Danton when he asked me to help him on a medical problem. He was a famous man in the field of medical research, and if he figured that a camera could help, I was ready.
With a Camera, starring Charles Bronson.
Dr. Danton? Dr. Danton?
Turn around. What are you doing here? Answer me, what are you doing here?
I was invited here. What about you?
I'm Earl Grant. I work here.
Well, my name's Mike Kovac. Dr. Denton invited me up here. We're friends. Say, you threatening me with that?
Maybe.
We better talk this over before somebody gets hurt. I'm looking for Dr. Denton.
He's gone away. He'll be back in about a week.
I don't believe that.
Anyway, he doesn't invite strangers here. Get out.
I'll wait for Dr. Denton.
Better get out before somebody gets hurt.
Can you tell me where the sheriff is? His office is closed, but his car's out front.
He's having coffee in the cafe.
Thanks. Will you put my luggage in a room for me?
Hey, mister. Hey.
I'm telling you, Sheriff, there's something wrong out there.
Well, Mr. Kovac, a lot of photographers have tried to get a picture of Ben Danton. He just doesn't want to be bothered. He may have seen you coming and decided to take a walk in the woods.
Oh, no, he wouldn't do that. He invited me out here. He wants me to meet a girl named Susan Barnes, a deaf mute that he's been trying to help.
Sure, I know Susan. Poor kid. Her folks died and Doc took her in. She didn't have much schooling, so she couldn't say a word or even make signs.
Well, that's exactly what this is all about. The doctor told me he bought a camera for her. It's one of those that develops and prints a picture in a minute or so. And he said it was helping her.
Yes, she has it with her all the time.
And he also told me that she was actually communicating with it. And so he invited me up here to do a photo layout on the technique to go along with the pieces that he's writing. Now, it's very important and exciting to him, so I know he wouldn't break the appointment.
Well, if Mr. Danton broke it, that is odd.
No, I know he wouldn't run out on me. Another thing, that Earl Grant, I don't like the way he threatened me.
Maybe he thought you were a prowler, mister.
Yes, the way you told it to me, Mr. Kovac, you socked him in the jaw. Maybe it's him that's got his squawk coming.
He's been hit before.
Do you know Earl Grant?
Sure, he's a nice guy. But he has one fault.
What?
He's excitable.
What are you going to do about it, Sheriff?
Well, you have a room here. Why not be patient? Just wait over, see if Danton shows up, huh? Wait a minute. Hold it, dear.
The Susan Barnes?
Yes, this is Susan, Mr. Kovac. Come here.
She sure seems excited about whatever it is she's trying to tell you.
Now, wait a minute. Mr. Kovac, she's always trying to tell us something. I followed her once for 3 miles into the woods, and what do you think she showed me? A dead squirrel she discovered. Susan, come here. And she was just as excited then as she is now.
Susan, wait a minute now.
Yeah, but look at her. She seems afraid.
Oh, Mr. Kovac, if she had anything to tell us, she'd have snapped a picture of it. Since she got that camera, she doesn't go anywhere without it.
Well, she came here without it. So do you mind if I try to find out what's bothering her?
No, I don't mind, but I didn't want her disturbing you. Wait a minute here.
I'll fix her a milkshake.
Well, I've got some cruising to do. I'll see you around a little later. And don't worry about Danton. He'll show up. Susan, you stay with him.
Come here, Susan. Susan, listen. Where's your camera? Susan? Want to see how it works? See how it works? So you look down in here, and you focus right here. And this is how you snap the shutter, right here.
I put your luggage in 212.
All right, thanks.
I'm sorry to bother you, but you'll have to pay in advance. That's a house rule.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to break any house rules. Susan! Susan!
Hey, Mr. Kovac!
Susan, what's this all about? I wish I knew what it was you're trying to tell me.
What's going on out here? I thought I heard something. I see you got your camera back.
Yes. I saw Susan take a picture of something right through that window.
It's probably of me. I'm alone in there, closing up till dinner time.
You know, it's very funny. She seems afraid of you now.
Who knows? Sometimes she's afraid of her own shadow.
Well, she's not afraid of me. And she's sure been trying to tell me something.
Well, she can't.
Well, maybe this camera can. I'll let you know how the picture turns out.
Now, Earl, are you going to tell me? Where did you get the money?
It's all yours, Lila. I did it for you.
You did what for me? Answer me, what did you do for me? Earl, you come in here acting strange. You make me close up, you pile money on the table. Why? Why?
Couldn't stand to see the customers throw dimes at you.
Earl, I'm a waitress. Everybody tips a waitress.
Now you don't have to grub for their money anymore. Now you've got plenty of your own.
Earl, where did you get the money?
I stole it. From the doctor. He just wanted to stay on the farm. Never leave. Study there. He kept his money hidden in the woods. Nobody knew where it was except him. Till I learned where it was.
You stole money from him?
He was going to give it to Susan, to charity, to a school for deaf mutes. I couldn't let him do that.
Oh, well, then take it back right away before it's too late.
You'll never miss it, Lila. Look, what I did for you.
For me?
Now, I tried to help you. You've got to help me. When he caught me digging it up, He's dead.
Earl, you killed him.
He was taking a walk in the woods. I didn't want to hurt him. I got panicky. No, Lila, don't look at me that way. What I did for you. Now, please, you've got to help me.
Oh, I can't, Earl. It's too late.
Look, if you love me, you'll hide the money. We'll sit tight till it blows over for a year if we have to. He's buried in Deep Gully. They'll never find him.
Oh, Earl, I don't know what to do. I like you, sure.
No! You love me.
All right, Earl, I love you.
What will you do when the sheriff comes?
I don't know.
Look, if you stand by me, they'll never catch me.
wrong, Earl. Susan has already caught you.
Why? Well, sure, she saw me do it, but she can't talk, she can't hear. What do you mean?
She took a picture through the window. She saw us and the money on the table. That photographer Kovac, he has her in the picture.
Where's he staying?
Staying here in the hotel.
Come on in.
I haven't been able to locate the sheriff yet. He must still be out on the highway. Hey, what's that for?
It's a portable developing unit. I always carry it with me when I travel.
Oh.
You go down and stick close to that switchboard and try to locate the sheriff.
Oh, sure. You want me to look after Susan for you?
You just find the sheriff. He'll take care of her.
Sure, Mr. Kovac.
Susan, I wish I could understand you. Is it the money? Is that what's got you so excited? All right, I understand that much now. Lila and Earl have a lot of money in the cafe. What's so important about that? That's Dr. Danton. I don't think I understand you. What do you want?
I thought maybe I better apologize, Mr. Kovac, for the way I acted out at the place. Probably heard how cranky the old man was.
What do you mean, was?
Well, yes, it's gotten better lately. Never used to allow anybody on the place. Now it seems he invited you. He used to be cranky. I guess I was getting just like him.
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Well, I came to take Susan home, of course.
No.
I said I was taking her home.
We'll talk to the sheriff first.
Look, she's the old man's ward. She lives on the farm. While he's away, I'm her guardian.
When's he ever away?
Now, today.
You seem to have an explanation for everything. What about this? Susan! No!
Hello, Mr. Grant. Hey, now what's she been up to?
Just taking her home where she belongs.
Was that a crash I heard upstairs?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, hello, Sheriff. This is Bill at the hotel. Look, Mr. Kovac asked me to contact you. He wanted to turn Susan over to you. But that won't be necessary now because Earl Grant came to town and got her. Where? Bridgeburg? All right, anybody asks, I'll tell him.
Where's Earl Grant?
Well, he went home. He took Susan home.
What about the sheriff? Have you located him?
Oh, sure. I was just talking to him.
Well, get him here.
You told him there was no need for him to drop by. What? He returned my call, asked me what I wanted. I told him never mind, that Earl took Susan home.
Get the sheriff here.
Yeah, but he told me he was going on a cruise to Bridgeburg. That's 10 miles away.
Listen, you get the sheriff here and send him out to the Danton Ranch as fast as you can. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why are you here?
I came to tell you I can't help you, Earl. Look, I don't know what I'm going to say when I see the sheriff.
Maybe I want you to take that money and run. Run as far and as fast as you can. I don't know what I want except to stay out of it.
I don't know how it all got going, Lila. It all started when I first thought of the money.
Oh, that's what makes it hard for me, Earl. I know you did it for me, but...
I won't go anywhere without you.
What about prison?
They'll never catch us.
Us? I want no part of stealing and murder.
Then you shouldn't have come here. Because you're going to have another part of it.
What?
Her. Take a look at that picture she took of us. Anyone seeing that picture would wonder where the money came from. She knows.
Now, you're not going to harm Susan.
She's got to be silenced. It's a good one. Man has to fix it so a mute can't talk.
No!
You think I want to hurt her? You think I want to hurt that kid? You think I wanted to hurt the old man? That's what's so stupid about something like this, Lila. It starts with one little idea, and you get in deeper and deeper, and you can't quit. All of a sudden, you've got no choice. A man will do anything to save his own skin.
Where's Susan?
I don't know. Earl took her. He hit me, and then he took Susan out. You've got to hurry. He's going to kill her.
Well, Lila, you've got to think now. I can't search the whole woods. Where'd he take her?
Well, I know where he took the old man's body. Susan he might have taken her there. It's called Deep Gully. I'll show you. Come on. There's a path up there through the trees. Follow it.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Why did the doctor have to teach you to talk with that camera? Why did he have to keep his money buried in the woods? Why did he have to decide to give it to you in charity? You'll never know I'm sorry. Why can't I make you understand?
I think he's taking her to Deep Gully. Hurry.
Stop it! Stop it!
Susan all right, Kovac?
Yeah. Yeah, right in here.
Well, what's this?
Hi, Sheriff. It's a going-away gift.
Well, it's all over but official court approval. Susan will be doing exactly what Doc Danton wanted her to.
That's fine.
She'll be staying with my wife and me until Doc's money is officially turned over to her. Then she goes to a clinic upstate where they teach mutes to talk.
You know, Sheriff, it's nice of you to take the trouble.
Glad to help.
Now, look, have Susan take a lot of pictures and send them to me, and I'll send her pictures. You know, like writing letters. So long, Sheriff. Susan?
What's she getting so worked up about?
I don't know. Susan, goodbye now. You take a lot of pictures.
Your picture.
First time anyone has. Thanks, Susan. Sheriff, take good care of her.
Your move.
I know, Pop.
Can I help you?
You keep copies of all the pictures you take?
Most of them.
How long?
I still have the first wedding picture I took over 30 years ago.
Both my parents have died and no one in the family has a good picture of them. Now, when we were kids, I seem to remember coming here to have pictures taken.
I know you. Little Johnny Rico.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't go away. Stay right there. Michael, come here, quick. I've got a surprise for you. I'll bet you don't remember him.
Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Mike.
You remember him?
Johnny's not a guy you forget easily.
He wants a picture of his mother and father. I have it in the cellar. It will take a little while to find it and make some prints. Say, the day after tomorrow.
Fine. Either I'll pick them up or my girl will.
They will be ready.
Same girl, Johnny?
Same girl.
I'll give my best to Lorraine.
I always give Lorraine the best.
Hey, Johnny. You've spilled a lot of blood, haven't you?
I've had to. Climbing on top of a tough business, Mike. I'll be there in a couple of days.
Racket some more.
Get out of my way!
Man with a camera. Bronson.
The police investigated, but there wasn't much they could do. Johnny Rico had stepped on some important toes trying to climb to the top, and he was dead. I hope that was the end of it. Hello. This is Mike Kovac.
This is Lorraine Nelson.
Oh, Johnny said you were in town, but I thought I'd hear from you last night.
Mike, I've got to see you. I just have to talk to somebody. Can you come over now?
Well, I've got some business appointments. Oh, but I guess I can break them. What's the address?
I'm at the St. Mark's Hotel.
All right, I'll be there in an hour. Bye.
So we were going to be married. As soon as Johnny finished what he had to do.
Sure you were.
There was a lot of good in Johnny, Mike.
Sure there was.
The police questioned me most of last night. They told me he pushed you out of the way so you wouldn't be killed.
He pushed me out of the way because I was blocking his gun hand.
Hated him, didn't you?
No. I didn't think anything about him. I hated what he stood for, the way he made his money.
I loved him.
Well, that's your business, Lorraine, but I'll tell you right now, Johnny was an out-and-out hood.
I don't care what names you call him. I loved him, and I want to see somebody pay for what they did.
Well, I wish I could help you, but I'm a photographer and not a detective.
But you can help me, Mike.
How?
We've been here 5 days now. We made the nightclubs, saw some shows, did all the usual things, except one.
What's that?
Night before last, we rode out to Riverbank, to a big mansion. Johnny stayed there for a few minutes. Came out. We came back to Manhattan.
Riverbank. Wow. That was way over Johnny's head. You know, he wasn't exactly in the 400.
He said he had a meeting. Something big.
Go on.
Said he was going to move up. Carve himself a big slice.
That's very funny. Somebody carved him instead, huh?
And I want that somebody, Mike.
Lorraine, so do the police.
Not as much as me.
But why pick on me?
Who else is there? Who do I know?
Who do you know? You know lots of people. This is New York, your hometown, remember?
Lots of people. A lot of people who turn their backs on me. Written me off. Have you?
No.
Then help me.
Lorraine, I'll do what I can for you, but I can't make any promises.
In high school, Johnny was your friend.
Listen, in high school, Johnny stole my first camera to buy you an orchid. We drove up and down and in and out for over an hour. I guess the thing that intrigued me most was not finding out who gunned Johnny Rico, but who in Riverbank would let him in the front door.
That's the house.
Oh, that's good. What now?
I don't know. Couldn't you go in and find out who lives there?
I wouldn't even get past that gate.
Mike.
Did you see who was in there? That was Big Joe Tenuto. This meeting Johnny said he was going to. Did he say who was going to be there?
Said everybody was. Didn't mention any names, but... Mike.
Did you recognize him?
I met him once in Hot Springs. His name is Frank Gilson.
Wow, Frank Gilson and Big Joe Tenuto. I'd sure like a picture of those two for my scrapbook.
They sure drive big cars, don't they, Mike?
Yeah. Lorraine, looks like every top wood in the country's gonna be here. I wonder why.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. But it's building into something.
What are you going to do?
I'm just gonna ask him to watch the birdie. You wait here in the car and keep the motor running.
They won't let you take their pictures.
Oh, there's a lot of people that are camera shy, if they see the camera.
Okay, Buster. You had your fun. Come on down.
You talking to me?
Come on, wise guy. This is private property. Don't make any trouble for us. We won't make any trouble for you.
All right. That's fair enough.
Take it to the police!
Hey, let's go. Come on. Hip. Up. Come on. Let's go.
All right. Whoop. All right. It's enough. What'd you hit me with?
You a newspaper man?
No, I'm a freelance photographer.
Frankly, we regard your action as an invasion of privacy, and we like our privacy.
You know, I knew I had something when I snapped the first picture.
You weren't invited, Mr. Kovac.
Bookmaking, dope, women, protection. Every man a king, and I got the whole royal family on one roll of film.
We want it back.
Did your friend tell you I got rid of it?
Yeah, he did.
You know, if you're as smart as people say you are, then you know that all I have to do is get up and walk out of here.
You should have kept the pictures.
Yeah, but I didn't.
It might have been a mistake. Pardon me. Hello.
This is Lorraine. Who's this?
It doesn't make much difference who you're talking to, Lorraine.
That's right. Because I'm going to talk and you're going to listen. You've got 24 hours to turn in the man who killed Johnny, understand?
And if we don't?
Then I turn Kovac's roll of film over to the police.
I see.
And you better see this, too. I haven't got it on me. It's locked up. The key has been entrusted to a lawyer. So if anything should happen to me, he's to turn the roll of film over to the police.
We'll be in touch with you. You're free to go.
Thanks.
However, I think you should know that she didn't turn those photos over to the police.
Well, I don't believe that.
The young woman is quite inventive. She knows how much damage could be done if certain crime committees could link the gentlemen in this house together.
You mean she's going to sell them back to you?
For a price, a very big price.
How much?
She's given us 24 hours to turn the killer of Johnny Rico over to the police.
Well, Looks like she's got you over a barrel.
Oh, she's got the barrel all right, but you're the one that's over it.
What do you mean I'm over it?
You took the pictures, Mr. Kovac. You've got the same 24 hours to bring them back.
Well, suppose I can't.
The man who got Rico will collect another fee.
Who's there?
Me, Mike Kovac.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm glad they let you go, Mike.
Oh, they've still got a string on me.
And I'm sorry about the beating you took. But now that you're out of it, stay out of it.
Out of it? They've given me 24 hours to turn over that film or I follow your boyfriend.
Oh,
Oh? Is that all you can say?
I've got to think.
There's nothing to think about. You just give me the film and I'll turn it over to them.
Then nobody will pay for killing Johnny.
Let the police worry about that.
This way I can be sure. If those pictures are released, every one of those men will be in trouble, big trouble, and they all know it. They can't do anything but turn in the murderer.
There's something else they can do. They can kill me.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I've hidden your negatives and they're going to stay hidden.
What kind of a woman are you? Just to get the guy that knocked off your boyfriend, you're willing to have me end up in a box.
I'm willing to do anything for Johnny.
Well, am I going to have to shake them out of you?
It won't do you any good. I've been belted around by the best of them.
You really think you have them scared?
They're running out of time, Mike. So I know they're running scared.
Well, it's me that's scared. I know exactly where I'm running.
Yes? That's what I figured. Well, keep a watch anyway. House was empty, Mike.
I could have told you that.
Send out an APB. Have them look for Tenuto and Gilson, anybody else who shouldn't be in town.
Yes, sir. We can keep you in protective custody.
No, thanks.
I think it's a smart thing to do.
I don't. They've given me until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Spending my time in a jail cell won't help me get that film back.
We're doing a run on the girl, finding out who she knows in town, who she might have entrusted those pictures to. If we don't come up with anything, we'll haul her in.
What good will it do, Lieutenant? She's going to give you the film anyhow if they don't turn in Johnny Rico's killer.
Last night you told me this girl was a friend of yours.
I thought so, too, last night.
There's always a chance, Mike, that the last second she'll have a change of heart.
Oh, Lieutenant, if the girl had a heart, I wouldn't be in this spot.
This is Lieutenant Fields. Mike Kovac just left my office. Keep a tail on him.
Welcome home. You haven't got the pictures.
I'll get him.
You went directly from the meeting to see Lorraine. From there, you went to the police, then back here.
Any objections?
Bringing the police into this wasn't a very smart thing to do.
Well, it was if you look at it from my side.
Mike? Is it all right if I call you Mike?
Mr. Kovac, if it's all the same to you.
Mike, you're running out of time. Now, I sent a representative to interview Lorraine. They talked to her, but she refused to turn over the negatives.
You know, beating her up can only make her madder.
Just convinced us that she had better live. Smart girl, Lorraine. Somebody knows the secret as to where she's hidden the film. A friend. A lawyer, we don't know.
Well, neither do I.
I was just trying to impress you with the fact that you had better find out.
Well, it wasn't necessary because I'm already impressed. It was no longer a matter of who killed Johnny Rico, but who might kill me. There was no point in running, so I drove around most of the night, trying to think of a way to protect myself. All the next day, I looked up Lorraine's old friends, anyone who might be keeping the film for her. There was no luck. Finally, with only a few hours to go, I came up with a plan.
Care to go a couple of rounds with you, Mike?
Wouldn't do any good.
That's what those hoods said. But they had to prove it for themselves.
We've got 1.5 hours left, Lorraine.
Yes? It's for you.
Yeah. No, she won't give them to me, Lieutenant. What? Oh, that's great. That's real great. No, don't pick me up. I'll get those negatives.
You won't, Mike.
Big Joe Tenuto just took a room down at the Renaud Hotel. He's got a cop outside his door at his own request.
That doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. It gives him a great alibi when I'm killed.
I won't give you the pictures, Mike.
All right. Operator, give me the Renaud Hotel. Room 909, please. Joe, this is Mike Kovac.
You got the pictures, Kovac?
She won't turn them over to me.
You're digging your own grave, Mike.
Yeah, I'm digging a grave. But I'm going to push you right in it, you and all your friends.
What do you mean?
You've got 1.5 hours to turn over Johnny Rico's killer.
Are you out of your mind?
1.5 hours, or I kill Lorraine. You know, it's so simple, I almost missed it.
Put the gun down, Mike.
This is like a game of button. Who's got the button? You turn the pressure on them, they turn it on me, and now I turn it on you.
To protect myself. That's why I did it, Mike.
Yeah, that's why I got the gun on you, too. Now it's my turn.
You wouldn't use it.
Lorraine, in 1.5 hours. 5 o'clock, straight up. You'll get your answer.
You won't pull that trigger.
Do you think I like what you've done to me? Huh? You think I like the picture of myself with a gun in my hand? I don't. You've got 15 minutes to find out one thing. Just how far a man can be pushed. How much pressure he can take before he forgets everything that's decent in him and he explodes into an animal. You've got my back right up against the wall, and you nailed it there. I can see only one way to pull free. One minute.
Mike, will you please listen to me? Killing me won't do you any good.
The pictures, Lorraine. Where are they?
Please, Mike.
Now we'll find out how dead you really are. Sit still. Mike Kovac. What? Yeah, she's still alive. Well, it'll take me about an hour till I check the story and to get the film. Hit my place. Don't mention it. Well, they've just delivered your boyfriend's killer in a sack to the 49th precinct.
Are you sure?
Well, I will be when I call the police. Now, where's the film? On in. Nice of you to knock.
We're friends now.
Don't you kid yourself.
If there'd been any other way, I'd have turned that film in myself.
May I have them? I hope these are the right ones, because before I destroy them, I'm going to have them developed just to make sure.
When you do, you'll notice I snipped a couple off at the end of the roll.
What?
I wanted at least one good one for my scrapbook.
Why?
Insurance.
Well, it better never turn up in a newspaper or a magazine.
It won't.
I don't know how much you'd get for it, but that's the price you'd be putting on your life.
Mr. Tenuto, like I said, insurance.
Now, you're a smart boy, Mike. You stay smart.
He's gone.
How'd it come out?
Take a look. I made an agreement, Lieutenant. I made a deal with a man, and I double-crossed him.
I recognize all these men, big operators. We've never had evidence that linked them together. You made a deal with no good hoodlums.
And by breaking my word, I put myself right in their category.
I admire your moral stand, Mike. I think it's fine. I recommend you stick to it when you make deals with moral people.
It still doesn't let me off the hook.
And look at it like this. A lot of people, innocent people, will go right on living because we have a copy of this picture.
Yeah, I guess you're right there. If this picture gets in the newspapers or the magazines, I'm a dead man. You know that, don't you?
It's too valuable to publish, Mike. When the right time comes, we'll drag them in and have all the evidence we need without this.
Well, that's good enough for me.
You've done us a big favor. We won't forget it.
Oh. In that case, I got a parking ticket, Lieutenant. What do I do about it?
Pay it, Mike. It's only $5.
Just a minute. You know, I take pictures for a living.
So?
It's only $5. Pay it. Goodbye, Lieutenant.